Hello, 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 everyone. Good to see you guys. Good to see everybody tonight. Let me see. Oh, Soren, you are number one in here tonight, girlfriend. All right, God bless. And number two is Robin. Hey, girl, number two. Hey, PG and Chat. Hey to you. Good to see you guys. And let's see, number three. There we go. Parker, all right. You are number three in here tonight. Number four. Let's see who is number four. She said, hey, PG and everyone. Hey to you. Oh, that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Amen. Justice for Summer Wells. Absolutely. And let's see. Oh, Miss Justice is number four. I should have known. Much love, PG. Much love to you, girlfriend. You know it. All right, let's get down through here. Hey, Boo, how you doing? Hello, PG Mods in chat. Rest our summer moon new 12 wells. No peace until we find summer prayers and good blessings to you all. God bless. Hey, prayers and blessings to you as well, girl. Amen. Absolutely. No summer, no peace. Hey, Pam, there you are, girl. I was wondering where you went. Right? You went missing. You went missing on us. Good to see you in here tonight. Hey, PG and Chat Mods. Good to see you, girl. Let me see. Loose Cannon, how you doing tonight, sweetie? I like that, Loose Cannon. Stephanie, how you doing? PGOA. That's her summer's family. Amen. Hey, Lisa, how you doing? Two-faced. Hey, PG. Hey, how you doing tonight, girlfriend? And let's see. Legendary, how you doing? Good to see you. Patty Ponytail, Granny's house. Rhonda, how you doing, sweetie? Berries and cream. I'm heading to the bottom, you guys. Italian cookie. Let's see. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Hey, Brat. There you are, girl. Oh, I appreciate that. Brat. Chocolate covered pickles, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. User, good to see you. Purple hearts for summer. Amen. Amen, grieving mama. Amen. Prayers for justice for Summer Moon Utah Wells. Prayers for all of Summer's army. Much love to PG Mods in chat. Aw, girlfriend, much love to you. God bless. Hey, Peggy. I got two Peggies here. Hello, PG in chat. And then I got one here. Hey, Prayer Garden. Two in a row. CJ, how you doing, sweetie? Hey, PG, everyone. Much love to you. Hey, there's my Australian. Hey, girlfriend, how you doing? Good to see you here. God bless. Let me see. Oh, that is beautiful. I'm heading to the bottom. I'm trying to get there, you guys. Amen. That's the truth. Hey, Australia, much love. Hey, Bridget, how you doing, girl? Good to see you. Cindy, there you are. Hold on, I got somebody down here. Hold on, Pam, I'm bringing you up. Just give me 1 second. Tropicana, how you doing? All right, PG's at the bottom. I'm at the bottom. Thank God. Definitely at the bottom. Okay. Anyway, anybody else? Anybody else see CanCan having good time? Did anybody else see CanCan having a good time? Yeah. Out having Christmas fun. Christmas fun, you guys. Summer ain't having no Christmas at all, right? Summer ain't having no Christmas. But CanCan and Donald they're out having Christmas fun, right? Yeah. They got caught. They got caught. Hey Pam, how you doing, girl? Good to see you.
Hey,
Hey, you know what? I agree. I agree, Parker. Absolutely. Yeah, they sicken me too. They sicken me as well. Hey, girl, where you been? Where you been, Pam?
I've
You been
been.
taking a vacation? You been taking a
Oh,
vacation?
no, my back is out.
Oh,
I've got all my discs compressing against my spine, but it's not about me. But I
so
got a
you?
couple clean jokes for you.
That's what your girlfriend. You ain't supposed. You ain't supposed to be trying to pick up on your boyfriend
Why don't? Why wasn't the turkey hungry at dinner time?
because it was stuffed.
Because he was already stuffed.
All
Now
right.
I got another one for you. Why didn't the skeleton go to the party? Because he had nobody to go with.
Okay.
A skeleton with nobody
All right. Nobody.
to go with.
Right. To be honest, with you, I'm glad you explained that, Pam, because it went right over my head, girl. It was like a jet plane. Right? That was a jet plane.
You're thinking it had nobody to go with, but no, it didn't
I,
have
I was
nobody.
the only thing I was thinking is I could. That sounds right. I mean, I wouldn't want to go with them, right?
The skeleton didn't have nobody to go with.
I was very understanding. I was very understanding about it.
What's
Oh, shit.
what's the difference between a woman and a Happy Meal?
Has it got something to do with the price?
They both come with toys. They both come with toys.
Uh, where's my? I'm a woman. Where's my toys? I didn't come with no toys, right? I didn't come with no toys.
You a man, you're gonna be a toy. PG, are
somebody,
you
somebody,
slipping?
that doctor must have stole my toys, right? I'm, I gotta find out who delivered me and call them up. Like, where's my toys?
Your toys is down. I ain't even explaining.
Yeah, I don't think you want to explain that, Pam. I don't think you want to explain that. I'm gonna still call the doctor and find out where my toys are.
They get a real toy. We have human toys.
I was supposed to have some toys and didn't know it.
Hey, but everybody be on the lookout.
You hear that, ladies? We all supposed to have some toys, man. We didn't even know it.
Everybody
I
be on the lookout.
mean,
I'm calling the Grinch adult Happy
Shannon said,
Meal
I
is
love
coming
toys.
out at McDonald's. An adult Happy Meal. And guess what? It comes
What?
with a pair of Grinch socks.
You get a pair of Grinch socks?
With the Happy Meal.
You get a
For
pair
adults.
The adult Happy Meal comes with a pair of Grinch socks?
Yes.
Real Grinch socks?
Yeah.
Oh, hell no, I'm not eating that.
No,
I'm
it comes with like the toy that a kid would get.
I'm still
But
not
you
eating
get a
it.
pair of socks to wear.
Yeah, but what if somebody put them on their feet before they put them in your... What if somebody had them on their
They'll
feet?
probably be wrapped in plastic or something.
What if somebody put them on their feet before they stuck them in your Happy Meal, you know?
Well, they ain't made it to our McDonald's yet till December the 2nd.
Yeah, I don't want that shit. I'll be like, give me my adult kids meal. Hold the socks, please.
Well,
Right?
I'll tell you what. And either Burger King has one coming out called the SpongeBob SquarePants
Oh, really?
meal. And the
Cool.
hamburger
Oh, yeah.
it's a Krabby Patty. And it's
Oh,
in a square bun.
wow.
And it's all cheesy. And it comes with bacon, cheesy bacon. Tops.
Whoa. And when are they going to have that?
Next week.
Oh, wow.
I gotta check both of them.
Yeah. My, man, my little Mr. Fix-It, he loves SpongeBob. That's like one of his favorite cartoons.
And SpongeBob paper.
Yeah.
And you get the SpongeBob boxed.
SpongeBob SquarePants. All right.
I'm gonna be the Grinch. I'm gonna be grumpy. But for PG's little girl, it's a...
Yeah, you're gonna wear the socks and then return the meal. Return.
No, I'm gonna eat the meal.
Wear the socks and return that. And when you're done,
be in plastic.
When you're done with return your Happy Meal.
Them socks better be in plastic.
that will serve McDonald's right for always giving the best stuff to the Door Dashers, right? Oh shoot.
And you know what? My boyfriend found me at Black Friday at Menards because I didn't go. He found me a hoodie, blanket.
Right?
One fits most.
Oh, I bet that's warm. I bet that's warm,
is.
Girl. Oh yeah,
He
you
got
can't,
himself one and got me one.
Right.
Yeah, it's all coming out. Let me get this stupid man's call and I'll call you back. I'll be back.
All right, girlfriend. God bless. Oh God, Pam is hilarious. She is funny. Oh wow. Hold on, Australia. I'll bring you up, girl.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Did Pam go?
Huh?
Did Pam pop down?
Yeah, she did. She said she'll be back.
Pam.
She said she'll be
Sister.
back. She had to take a phone call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maddie wanted me to get her to say SpongeBob SquarePants again.
Yeah, I don't think that was her. I think that was me.
Gee, she's
I,
funny.
I was the one saying SpongeBob SquarePants.
Oh, I love him. I
Right.
love that cartoon. I could
Oh
sit there
yeah.
and watch that
Yeah.
all day.
My little Mr. Fix It. Oh man, he loves it too. He loves it.
Maddie and Maddie and I spent a whole month in Thailand sitting in the motel room watching SpongeBob SquarePants while I was healing from surgery.
Wow.
Well, it was
Yeah.
fun.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you.
It's
Um,
hilarious.
my kids, when they was way littler, we get cereal. We would get a box of cereal and make cereal and go sit in front of the TV. The only problem was it wasn't morning, it was in the evening. Right. after after dinner, and we went out, running around to the parks or whatever, and we come back to the house, and we make a bowls of cereal and sit and watch cartoons. It's a lot of fun. I mean, you know, it,
The
I
good
think
old cartoons.
I think a lot of adults forget that there's children in us. We still have that child in us.
Oh, I
We
love cartoons.
we still have that teenager. We still have,
Yep.
that young adult. I mean, you still
I
have all
remember
of that in
I
you.
remember Tom and Jerry and the Flintstones and the Jetsons,
I tell you, I
the
watch.
Roadrunner.
I love old movies. Um, I got into them. I got into the old movies back, I guess, early adulthood, young adulthood. I got into those old
I love
movies.
them too,
I
PG.
started watching them, and because I found out that YouTube had everything, right? YouTube had
Yep,
everything,
yep.
and I started watching those old movies, and I'm gonna tell you what, I got addicted to them. I got addicted to them old cartoons and the old
What's
movies.
your favourite movie?
Um, Lord, I don't know. I think that, well, I know my favorite. Like I love Hazel. I love Hazel, and I love that
Haven't
one
seen that.
show. It's an old show too. It's the Real McCoys. The Real McCoys. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, they're like really old. Those are probably like my grandparents watched them.
I love
But
an affair to remember.
but I'm bringing you up, Pam.
Here she comes, Maddie.
But favorite movie. I'd probably say my favorite Christmas movie would be, I would say it's between, I like Miracle on 34th Street.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, that's a good one. And I like and I like the one, the oh Lord, right down my head. Right down my head. Hard to think. Um it's an old one too. It's an old one as well. Oh, I
Hi,
know.
Pam.
It's Yes, Virginia. There is a Santa Claus. You ever see that movie? You ever see Yes,
No,
Virginia? There
I
is a
will.
Santa
I
Claus.
will. I will look it up though.
Oh, it is.
Have you?
It's a
Have
good
you?
one.
Have you seen an affair to remember?
Um,
That's going back to the 1940s.
a what to remember?
An affair to remember.
An affair to remember. You
Audrey
know,
Hepburn and Gregory Peck.
it sounds familiar. It sounds familiar. I watch tons and
She
tons and
goes
tons.
to Audrey Hepburn. Um, they plan to meet in a year on the Eiffel Tower a certain time. He goes up there and waits for her. She crosses the road and gets hit by a car and never makes it there. And
Oh,
she sits
wow.
on her lounge and he tracks her down and finds out that she's a paraplegic
Oh,
and
wow.
didn't stand her up. It's
How
a beautiful
tragic.
movie.
How tragic is that?
Oh, it's a beautiful movie, though.
Yeah.
She was a beautiful woman.
Hey, I got something for PG's little girl.
Um.
Dollar store.
Pam,
Here you go.
What?
Pam, can you say SpongeBob SquarePants to Maddie?
SpongeBob SquarePants. Go get you a Krabby Patty.
She's laughing.
She said, go get you a Krabby Patty.
Oh, you're so cute, Pam.
She said, go
So
get you a
she
Krabby
wants you to
Patty.
say it. She wants you to say it one more time.
SpongeBob SquarePants. Get you a Krabby Patty.
Oh, you're adorable.
Oh, shoot.
That's
You're
why
worth a mil-
PG didn't know how the skeleton had no body to go with.
Yeah, right.
Do the party.
That one went over my head like a jet plane. It was like,
Yeah, it went over my head too.
Spending your money on some getting colouring in books.
Maddie's colouring in.
Yeah, but you know what? My jokes are kind of boring, but they're kind of over your head.
Pam, I'm worried about your back.
No, I'm not worried about it.
I am. You've been out for a long time now.
It's all right. It's gonna work. I ain't having no surgery done. I ain't
Have
doing
you
none
got
of that.
Nurofen? Have you got
Huh?
any inflammatories?
Any what?
Anti-inflammatories like Advil, Nurofen, something stronger.
Nah, I take ibuprofen.
That's good. But you need the works. You need Valium. You need Celebrex.
I miss me some PG. I gotta have some PG.
yeah.
Like over there down Wales, you look at all them little goofballs, and I'm so sick and gross. These people need to stop trying to make Summer's case out of a clown case.
I think the whole of YouTube have got to stop making Summer's case into a clown case.
Dawn and Candace did this. Dawn and Candace know where this baby is. Tell. But you know what? Everybody up
100%.
there on Beach Creek and Ben Hill that knew them kids were being mistreated
And they
should
didn't.
have called and done something before this happened, but they didn't do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we
And they
forgot.
all.
Candace don't know. Candace don't know how to call 911.
That's
Little
true.
bum.
And they sit on these panels. Jody Sue, Andy, Fred, the whole lot of them. And they patrol chat to chat
Yeah, and Ziggy
One,
got
and
hit by
report
a
back
car.
to the and report back to Don and Candace what's going on.
one lie after the other. One lie after the other.
Yep, they all lie.
Oh, let me tell you something. Fred has arms in Tennessee, eyeballs, ears. He has it all in there. You know, he
So
might
does
be,
Jody Sue.
he might be in Indiana, but let me tell you something. He's in Tennessee. I mean,
Oh, he is. I
his
know.
body's in Indiana, but his mind, soul, and spirit
You
is
know
all
what,
in Tennessee.
PG? When Ziggy got hit by that car, he didn't know what kind of car it was.
Did she
While he
really
was
get
walking with
hit
her.
by a car?
She didn't get hit by no car.
She didn't get hit by a car. That was just
Well,
a big
supposedly
scam.
that's what she did.
I'm gonna tell you, that was bullshit.
That was bullshit.
Well,
But
yeah, that was bullshit.
I'm going to tell you something. Ziggy's a big target. If somebody in a car, they ain't going to miss that. They
That's right. The
ain't no
trolley,
way in hell
the,
they going to miss that.
the dog would have
and,
gone flying. The pram would have been all over the road. She
and
would
the
have
best
been
part about it
more smashed up.
is
I
we
could,
was put in her
I
yard.
can see, I can see them missing Fred because Fred turned sideways. You couldn't see him, right? That dude, man, he is like, I think he lost weight. I think he's
He
lost weight since
has.
he went to,
And I mean,
but
PG,
he looks
most of these
healthier. He looked
people,
healthier before he went to Indiana. And,
most of these people that do this cooking, I want to give them some clues.
I'm $40.
Wash your hands.
who was cooking?
Ziggy.
Ziggy was
Oh, yeah.
cooking.
And
Put
she
her
Yeah.
wore
hair up.
gloves.
Was,
Put her hair down, and
was,
then put
was,
it back up, and
I have
touch
a
the food.
question. I have a question, Pam.
Gross.
Did you see it?
Oh my God! Who didn't see it?
Yeah. My question is, was that the world's smallest turkey or the world's biggest chicken?
She didn't even. She said she didn't know. She'd never cooked a
I
chicken
wasn't able.
before.
I wasn't able to figure out if that damn thing was a chicken or a turkey that she
She
was,
probably didn't know if it was a chicken or a turkey.
and it wasn't even done. She got
Brat
it
Brat
out.
made a
It wasn't
beautiful
even.
turkey.
That thing wasn't even done. I was like,
You know what?
whoa, they're gonna
You know
eat
what
that?
we had for Thanksgiving? My special
What did you have?
macaroni with some hamburger mixed in it, cooked, and some mashed potatoes on the side. That was our Thanksgiving.
What does that taste like?
Oh my goodness! You put some hamburger and some macaroni. You'll love it.
You're cute.
Hamburger macaroni.
You're a hoot ham, Pam.
Hey,
No, wait.
that's about
I
the
was going to
chicken.
say you're a
You know
hoot
what?
ham.
I only had to cook the hamburger and microwave the macaroni and cheese, and then microwave the mashed potatoes, and there was our meal in 20 minutes.
Oh.
I could cut an hour meal into 10 minutes in the microwave.
10 minutes.
Oh. Well, we
I
didn't have
just,
Thanksgiving.
huh?
Oh, shit.
We didn't have chicken or turkey.
My
But I
brat
would
brat
want
cooked a
Ziggy to
beautiful.
cook it.
My brat brat cooked a beautiful turkey.
Well, I just hope they wash the hands. Drinking out of the 2-liter? That's gross. Get you a cup. Don't drink from the 2-liter where everybody else drinks from.
Coloring in books to me.
That's like drinking
How
from
much?
a milk jug. Get
No,
you a
not
cup.
that much.
I'll get it back for you when it comes.
Ooh.
No.
I already did it.
And I've seen more than just Ziggy that cooks and never has a washcloth. You gotta remember these people have dogs.
What did they need? What did they need a washcloth for?
To wash their hands before they touch the food. At least the cabinet that they're using. Oh, but wait a minute. I did see Fred wash his hands, but Ziggy didn't. I see Fred wash his hands
Yeah.
Oh.
before they got a deviled egg. And before Fred cut up the onion.
Imagine what they smell like in person.
Maddie,
I'm just
did you hear
I'm
that?
cool as ever.
They probably smell
Maddie's
Get
going,
you a
wonder what they
washcloth.
smell like in person.
Washcloths are only $3.98 at Walmart for 18 of them. Go get you a bundle
Go to the dollar
and put them at
store.
your counter.
You know, my grandmother, my grandmother used to keep a wash. My mother also kept a dish rag. My grandmother and my mother both, they kept dish rags. I don't keep dish rags, Pam. I get paper towel. I use paper towel.
You
Right?
gotta wash
I
your
wash my
hands before
dishes.
you touch the food.
I wash
Yeah,
my
that's
dishes
what
with
they think
paper
now,
towel.
PG. Pump bottles
And
and
see, Ziggy, go to
hand
the skip,
towels
make the
or hand gel.
macaroni and cheese,
probably doesn't
Yeah,
take the macaroni out with their fingers,
everything's just so
and then
much
touch your
easier
phone.
today.
They
And
probably
see,
don't
Ziggy
like
make
that water.
macaroni and cheese. And then go touch her phone after she touches the macaroni.
Yeah.
Donald Wells went to the toilet while he was on panel to Benny
I
Keys
wonder if
doing
they
a
got
poo.
their cooking lessons. I wonder if they got their cooking lessons from Candace. Because
Benny,
Dawn said, I ain't eating your cooking.
Oh, I
It's
can't
got to be
believe it.
store-bought or I ain't eating it.
Can I have one?
I think what it is, like a lot of, people don't understand. People don't understand, I think I
What
think
was closer for?
I think like Ziggy touching her phone, like going through her phone and stuff.
And
I
you know the
think
phone is the dirtiest thing you can touch.
well, I don't think she
Oh, yuck. Jeez.
subconsciously, I don't think she thinks about it.
And
You know
so's
what I'm
money.
saying?
But it's gross if you're cooking a dinner.
She feels like my
Ain't nobody
phone,
want to
my
eat that dinner.
hands, but you're right. I mean, well, I wipe my phone down all the time. I wipe my phone down with alcohol and, like
Now, wait a minute.
Listerine. And
This is a girl that did
I
resin in
clean,
her
I clean my
cooking
phone all
table when she was doing
the,
that.
all the time. But if I'm cooking, I don't mess with my phone. If I'm cooking and say my phone rings, then I have, I holler for my daughter or one of my boys or, their uncle, or I holler for somebody. I'm like, hey, you need to get that. And, because I'm busy. You got your hand, like you said, you got your hands washed up. You're cook, you're in the kitchen. You cooking the food. Your handle, you can't be answering phones and be, touching
And messing
that
with your
stuff
hair.
because
Put
that's
your hair
cross
up and put it
contamination.
down.
It's funny.
Oh,
I ain't
Beautiful.
eating at Ziggy's house.
That's a good up.
when
But
when
She's
I
got a house. She's got a house full of skeletons, Maddie. Don't you, Pam?
what?
oh yes, she
Tell
does
tell Maddie all the skeletons you've got.
in your
Oh, I got
closet.
one over here that says, give me some candy or beware what you see.
She's got them
There's
out
a
on her
skeleton in
fence.
every room.
I've only been trick-or-treating once in my life with my lassie dog, Maisie.
I got a
Uh,
Jack and Lily too.
that's
oh,
why
do ya?
Yeah, they're skeletons.
Oh.
They're the night
Oh,
before Christmas.
you
Jack and
got a
Lily.
what?
Jack and Sally.
oh, Jack and Sally.
Night
Oh,
before Christmas. And then I got a skeleton Christmas tree that lights up that sits on my table.
That'd be cool.
It lights up and blinks at me, and that's the only tree we have.
She got a kangaroo.
Of course, she wouldn't have a kangaroo. She's American.
What?
Kangaroo skeleton.
Kangaroos are ugly.
Hoppy, hoppy, skippy doo dah. We got dogs for that. They do enough
Yeah,
hopping around.
that's all they're good for. Dog food.
We got I got a 4-pound chihuahua. He can fit in your pocket.
I've only got 2 beautiful cats.
And you know what my 4-pound chihuahua wore when I first got it? It started in a sock. Because I couldn't get him no shirts because they were too big. Now he's got a shirt that says police dog.
I love old movies too, Patty. I love old movies. A Wonderful Life. That's the movie I was trying to think of. Is A Wonderful Life. You ever see that, Australia?
No.
It's A Wonderful Life. Oh man, I'm gonna tell you that is really a good Christmas movie.
It's a Wonderful Life. Is that a Christmas movie?
Oh yeah, it's an old old
I'll
movie
look it
too.
up tonight.
Yeah.
Jeff Dunham's Christmas. Walter. Oh, and Bubba J.
We've been watching lots of
Bubba
Christmas
J.
movies while we've been away.
Bubba J reminded
Me and
me
my
of
kids.
Allie
Me and
when
my
she was
kids.
sitting there
Every
talking to
year we
Chris.
watch every year we watch the Christmas Story. Christmas Story 1, Christmas Story 2. I'm going to tell you, that is hilarious. That is
And the
super
Christmas
fun.
Chronicles.
Me too.
Yeah.
And I watch Miracle on 34th Street every year religiously.
And
remember that when Bubba J is on Jeff Dunham, that was Allie sitting in the chair talking to Chris when her shirt was up.
Oh yeah.
What was she saying?
She was Bubba J.
Oh.
Bubba J on Jeff Dunham.
Poor Allie.
Why did Ziggy take her meat to the doctor to get it cured? That's funny, Molly.
What?
Oh, Molly's in chat.
You cracked me up.
Hey, Molly.
I'm just a clown.
He said Ziggy might make candles to smell like
You're
her Thanksgiving
hilarious,
dinner.
Cam.
It'll be fart scented.
Ooh. Hey, you guys want to know a straw cover I got?
What?
It's a penis.
What?
A penis?
What? It's the man part straw cover.
Girl, you can't be talking about that.
I said man parts. I didn't say anything else. Man part.
Yeah.
A man's got several parts. An arm, a leg.
Yeah, but you let the cat out the bag.
Well, I slipped it. I'm sorry. Oh, and then guess what other kind of straw covers I have?
God only knows.
Poop piles.
What did she say?
Poop piles. Like when your dog goes out there and uses the bathroom and takes a dump. I got that for a straw cover.
Gosh, you're funny.
I have to go to Walmart and fart on people with a whoopee cushion.
What happens? You forget to take the cover off the straw. What happens if you forget to take your cover off the straw?
Well, you don't forget it's on there. You can't drink it without taking the cover off. Where you at, PD?
Anyway, I'm going to let you get on with it, PG. I'm on holidays. You stay up there, Pam.
It was fun.
You stay up there, Missy.
Well,
I'm going to go. I'm on holidays. Love you both.
All right.
Hey, love you too, girl. We love you
too. Okay, get to your content.
Yeah, I got to do that. Girl. Yeah. All right, here you go, you guys. Here you go. There's CanCan, November
Oh
24th,
boy.
right there on a Monday in Kingsport, inside of Kingsport, having a good time. You know, right there, that's a carousel horse. Is she trying to tell us something? Is Candace trying to tell us something? That right there's a carousel horse, right? There it is. You know, there's a lot of weird stuff surrounding the Summer Wells case, right? A lot of like real weird stuff, like mansions and carousel horses and covered bridges and all this weird stuff and tunnels, right? And tunnels and it's like all this stuff seems to show up somehow, somewhere with Candace, which is really kind of weird, right? It's really kind of weird, um, to say the least. But my question is, why is she in Kingsport, Tennessee, on a Monday? On a Monday with Don Wells, with Donald, right there. There's Donald. There's Candace. There's Donald. You know, they're inside Kingsport, Tennessee on the 24th. What was they doing there?
Now
Was they
Jinkies did put a tree up.
was
Where
they was they inside Kingsport, Tennessee meeting up with was they meeting up with Fred? Was they meeting up, was they getting the title to Dee Dee's car turned over to her? Was they there, about maybe one of the houses or something Dee Dee owns? What was they there for? I don't think Jinkies put that tree up on a Monday.
I don't know when she put it up, but she did a live last night.
I doubt very seriously if it was on
And
the
I didn't see
Monday.
Candace or Don there in the video.
Right.
So I don't know where Don and Candace was hiding, but I thought they was apart.
Jinkies has a restaurant to run during the week. For Don to take off of work, because Don doesn't hardly ever want to take off of work. So for him to take off of work and go inside of Kingsport, it had to be like business. It had to put a 1 in the chat if you agree. It had to be some type of business that was going to benefit him and Candace. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. I mean, just saying.
Don't
That's
Dee Dee have
definitely
a house in Kingsport?
my opinion. That Dee Dee has a home. Her dad's home is in Tennessee, and her mother's house is over in Georgia, where she was, and now I'm hearing that they have some type of, Dee Dee has some type of lodge, some type of, a cabin, also. So, I don't know.
Candace is living it up, ain't she?
Well, I know that she's got Dee Dee's car. I know she's got Dee Dee's vehicle. That I do know.
Glad.
And that
See,
tree
the
is
thing
in
about
Harlem,
it,
Kentucky.
they're all playing around at Carnival. Well, we know Candace likes Carnival. She used to work for one.
Right?
But Candace, it's always got to be about them. It ain't about Summer. It's got to be about them. They're a joke. They're the worst POS mom and dads I've ever seen in the face of the earth. They'd rather talk about them doing something than their kid. Why don't they talk about their children?
Yeah, her and Dawn had it. They went into Kingsport on Monday for some reason. But during this past week, they had an out. They had an out. And Candace left because Dawn put her out. Dawn put her out of the house. I don't know if it was over the video. The video that came out, talking about how something really bad's going to happen to him, and and people will know when it happens. You'll know it when it happens. I don't know if he got afraid of her. I don't know if he got afraid of her. If they do it with you, they do it to you. After Dee Dee, I think Don's been on edge, right? He's probably walking on eggs around Candace after what happened to Dee Dee. And he certainly don't trust her. Trust me, you don't trust somebody that, that does sinister things to people. You don't trust them. So I heard he put her out. He put her out this past week, and she's back with Fred. She's supposedly back with Fred right now. I'll be getting more information on the Freddie thing.
Somebody said zoom in on it, PG, if you can, because they can't see it. The faces.
I right there.
She can't zoom in, people.
It's zoomed in right there. Right
there.
there. It's zoomed in.
See, look how they're laughing. They're smiling.
Yeah.
Their daughter is missing 4.5 years. And they're up there laughing.
They're out there having fun. They're out there having fun, taking their Christmas pictures.
Summer don't get that.
She don't get no Christmas at all, does she? Summer don't get no Christmas at all. That's right. That's right, Pam. She's getting no Christmas.
She didn't even get her first day at school.
She
would parents.
She would have loved. Summer would have loved. She'd have loved seeing that carousel horse. She would have loved, all of this.
They make me about sick.
Now here's what I'm thinking. I really do not believe in woo-woo stuff. I just don't. I don't believe in, this weird woo-woo stuff. But
anybody goes around Candace ends up sick.
Well, here's the thing. That lady, that one lady that's talks about Summer's case a lot. Delafina,
Reverend Donna Serafina.
Yeah, that's the lady. Yeah, I don't ever know, I can't ever overly remember that lady's name. But anyway, whoever she is, she talked about the carousel horse, right? The carousel horse and so forth and so on. And the funny thing is, if this is out here this year, right? If this big Bobs and that horse is out here this year, it was probably displayed, last year and the year, because this is what they do. They put these decorations in storage, and then next year they'll bring them out again. It's very possible that this carousel and this stuff, it's funny that this is right there in Kingsport, Tennessee, right where Hunter lives, and this woman keeps talking about a carousel horse and all this stuff. And I'm sure this particular, because didn't Candace meet up with, ain't that how Candace met up with Hunter and Allison, and Allison's family was at a Christmas parade in Kingsport? Didn't they meet up on 20? It was like 2019. 2019, they met up at a Christmas parade going on in Kingsport, Tennessee. That's how they became friends. And, you know, this lady, you know, and then on June 15th of 2021, Candace goes back into Kingsport, right? And I'm sure this was part of the, you know, part of the decorations in 2019. Probably part, you know, because see, the one thing about woo-woo people, right? The woo-woo people, they don't really fucking know what they're seeing. They just know that it ties in. They get glimpses of stuff, right? They get glimpses, but they really don't know how it ties in sometimes with the case, right? They
Mhm.
they don't know. They just know that, you know, this is the glimpses they're getting of this stuff. So with that being said, you know, maybe this is how, you know, this carousel stuff's tying in with Summer's case is, you know, this is where Candace, you know, met up with Hunter, which went to the swimming hole, which in my opinion, you know, unalived Summer for Candace Wells. That's, you know, my opinion. I'll keep it.
I'm gonna agree with the person in the chat. Candace wish she had big balls like that, but
Those
she
are
ain't got none.
Christmas bulbs. Those are Christmas bulbs. They look like
Twiggy, you're going over the head. I said she wishes she had balls like that.
no, I'm gonna tell you what, girl.
She ain't getting none.
She's got bigger ones than Dawn. She's got bigger ones than Dawn because you know what? His ass was at work hiding. He was at work hiding on June 15th, 2021, right? It was her ass. It was her ass that went and
And
picked up
she couldn't
Hunter.
even protect her
It
own
was it was
daughter.
it was her ass. She didn't want to protect her daughter. She didn't want to protect Summer. She was jealous of this little girl.
Exactly.
She wanted Summer out of the middle of her and Don's bed.
Exactly.
She wanted that little girl out between her and Donald.
They are the grossest parents of a missing child that I ever seen on the face of the earth.
I mean,
Because they just
Candace
they're
felt
useless.
when whatever happened to Summer, whatever happened to her, that, you know, that made them have to make the choice to save Summer or save their asses from prison. When that choice came up, Candace couldn't wait. She couldn't wait to do whatever they was going to do to get this little girl out of her life, away from Dawn. You know, Candace, she didn't want the boys around back. She didn't want the boys back around Donald. She didn't want Summer back around Donald. She wanted nobody back around Donald. She wanted Donald all for herself.
And she wanted all the little boys that she could have, like Hunter, laying in the bed with her rubbing his head. With Summer
From
at the feet of the bed.
From what I hear, she's visited up with Hunter. She visited up with Hunter recently, and
I wouldn't doubt it.
and she been driving by. She
I
goes
wouldn't
by
doubt
where
it.
he lives. She goes by where he lives. Probably her and Donald both. Just, you know, that might be another reason they're in Kingsport. They might be riding past where, you know, they might be going past Hunter's place, letting him know to keep his mouth shut, right? Keep your mouth shut. I think, I think they go by. I think they go by, to scare him up, a little, intimidate him, to keep his mouth shut.
And Allie could have had her locked up a long time ago if Allie would have had both of them locked up or done something
Yeah, well,
when they kept her kids.
Allison could have had Don and Candace locked up. Yeah, but she'd have had her boy locked up too.
Given alcohol and drugs, smokes and everything
She'd
else.
have she'd have had her son locked up as well.
Well, he was going to get locked up. He
Allison did
stole a
not.
car with the kid
Allison
in
did
it and
not.
a woman.
Allison did not push. She did not push the illegal substances. She did not push the illegal substances on Candace. One of the reasons she didn't push the illegal substances on Candace was because her boy had been doing illegal substances for a long time, with and without Candace. He's been doing that for quite a while. This is a kid that wants to be a thug. This is a kid that wants to be part of gangs. He
the
doesn't.
birds of feather will flock together.
This kid, this young man doesn't want to get, he don't want a high school diploma and a college education and to make something of his life and be somebody in life. He's not looking, to make good money at a 8 to 10 hour job a day. He's not ready to dress up in, decent looking clothes and go to work every day and make a good living for him and his family.
That's like Allie when she let Bear have that smoking right beside her on a live. And Bear was too young to smoke, but she let her do it anyway.
Well, that's what you don't understand is Kingsport, Tennessee, where Allison lived, the community Allison lived in was the hood. That was like, a lot of people in, those people in that area, there's a lot of low life garbage, in that community that she was in. It wasn't just Hunter and True and Bear. It was, I seen the people around there, heard the people around there. They was just as, low life as anybody else. And those kids were, they wasn't in a good community, a good atmosphere. Allison wasn't, pushing education and good jobs and upstanding righteous children for the future. Allison was sitting around dragging in one bum after the other. Whoever she could get, she drug in the house, right? I mean, look at Jose. I mean, this dude gets out of the back of a pickup truck and Allison's all over him. She's on him like, a dog on a bone.
Down in the
And,
basement.
and so was Candace, and Grandis. These women have very low standards. They have very low standards. And, and they drag anything and everything inside their house. I mean, they don't say, who will I have? They say, who will have me? And that's a problem.
Yeah, that's how Hunter was able to steal the rent money.
Right. When you start saying, oh, who will have me? It's time to give it up, baby. It's time to, just give it up. It's better to be by your damn self than to say, who will have me? If you can't say, who will I have? Keep your pride, keep your dignity, keep your self-respect, and say, who in the hell will I have? Then I'm going to tell you what, you're falling victim to a lot of disgusting human beings when you do that.
This is a woman. that has birthed 7 kids and has none of them, but runs around like she's the pride of the universe. Ain't got
That's
no
true.
missing kids whatsoever.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What a worthless piece of shit.
Well, you know what? This particular woman that you're talking about here, Candace Wells,
EOS.
you know, was very abusive to, you know, her first kids, very abusive to her unborn child over in Arkansas, which was, you know, born addicted to illegal stuff. And that's why it got took away from her. And then, you know, the one she had in Tennessee, you know, she used and abused and you know, from what, you know, Jinkies has said, her and Don both was doing some very bad stuff, very evil stuff to those children. Very evil. Like, who the hell
Put the
does that?
banner of their missing child on a roof? Who puts it in the driveway? Every time you drive through, you're running over Summer. Who does that? These POSs. What, you want the birds to see the flyer? You want the birds to see the banner? Well, the humans need to see it. The people need to see it. Not
You
the
know,
birds.
if they cared about Summer, they would have took that big banner that they had laying, you know, in the yard and on top of the roof, and, you know, just being evil with it. They would have took that banner and they'd have went out there on Ben Hill Road, and they would have, you know, they would have put it up. They would have put it up righteously for everyone, as you said, for everyone to see as they came, you know, as they came in and out of there, and remind them that this little girl's missing and needs to be found. You're right. I agree with you. But they didn't do that. They didn't do it because they don't want Summer found. They know, you know, why would they go through all the trouble to plot against this little girl, you know, and go into Kingsport, Tennessee, pick up this boy, to have him destroy the little girl for him, and then come back and hide her away somewhere just to, you know, just to be out there trying to find her.
Other people. Give me
You
2
know,
days. We'll go live. Well,
what
I'll tell you everything that happened.
what I'm saying is, Pam, what I'm saying is, you know, what they did was to save their asses from going to prison. Why would they go out there and put a flyer up to remind everybody, you know, of what they might have had a part in, and what they might start to feel guilty about, and what they might go to law enforcement and tell? What you don't understand is Don and Candace ain't stupid.
No,
They're not stupid. These are some criminal-minded. These are some very criminal-minded people. And they knew if they took that banner, they knew if they took the big banner like that out onto you know, out of Ben Hill Road over to Beach Creek, and they would have put this big banner up for everybody to see as they come in and out of this place, then Chad Arnold, which Candace met up with, he might get tired of looking at this innocent child's face and decide to make a phone call to law enforcement. Or he might decide to just go into law enforcement and tell everything. You know, Fred might have got tired of looking at this innocent child's eyes and told. Or Laura. Or Jody, Sue, and Andy. You know, so many people know. Don and Candace ain't the only ones that know what went on, what conspired on June 15, 2021. This little plan was engineered by many people, not just Don and Candace, by many people. And, you know, do I think Allison was a part of it? No, I don't think Allison was a part of
No,
it.
but she
But I
knew
think she
that
became,
Summer was being mistreated.
I think she became a part of it when they carried Summer into her house unalived. I think she became a part of it. And I think Candace told her, your boy's going to prison if you say anything. We have got to clean her up, put a new outfit on her, prop her up in my vehicle, and get out of here with her. You need to wash the clothes that we took off of her. You need to clean everything up, get rid of your damn cameras, because law enforcement's going to be coming. They're going to be coming to see you. So you need to clean everything up. I'll be back for those clothes that you need to bleach and clean. And that's why her and Grandis came back. They didn't come back to really talk to Hunter. They came back to pick the clothes up that they had to leave there, the wet bathing suit and the other stuff. They had to leave it there. They needed Allison to wash that stuff up because they couldn't do it at their house. They're going to have to report Summer missing, and and they can't have that stuff at the house because it was on an unlive person. So they can't bring it home. And they propped her up in the back seat of that vehicle where she didn't ever get out of, in my opinion. They took her back to Ben Hill Road, met up with, Andy said it's done, meaning, go down, meet up with Chad. Chad's going to take you somewhere, either to the cemetery or maybe down on Van Hill Road where they could put Summer until they're able to put her at the cemetery underneath the vault. But they set up something for Candace to follow that guy out of there and go somewhere with him. And wherever she went, that's where Summer was. That's where on June 15th, 2021, when law enforcement was looking everywhere, Summer was wherever Chad Arnold went with Candace to.
What starts on the hill ends on the hill.
That's just, that's my opinion. I'm going to keep it.
And if
I mean, why we should come off?
Said, back in the day, they didn't have to use vaults. Fred said that itself. They didn't have to use vaults back in the day.
Well, they do now. They do now. They don't have to use them now. You don't have to use them. It's just a lot of people feel more comfortable with their loved one in the vault because, the flooding and stuff, gets all in their loved one, deteriorates the coffin and everything. And they don't want the coffin sliding around down in that hole, sliding around, maybe slide off the hill. They put them in that vault because it's super heavy and it helps.
If Candace and Dawn would bring or let us know or let anybody know where Summer is, they wouldn't have to pay a dime out on her funeral. That wouldn't be a cost they'd have to pay because all these YouTubers would do it.
Right.
They wouldn't have to pay. Look at the Jaden. When Jaden got found, somebody made him a Spider-Man casket and buried him by his grandmother. They could put Summer in the best spot ever with the prettiest casket ever. But do these people give one rat's ass? No. Because they don't want her found. And anybody that sticks up for Candace and Dawn, good luck.
Well, I'm just saying that more people than Don, Candace, and Grant, they fear. Don and Candace, Don, Candace, and Grandis, they fear the mouth. They fear the mouth of Hunter. That's why Candace goes by the house, goes where he keeps up where he's at and drives by, letting him know, hey, I know where you're at. And that's why, that's why Don goes to, he goes to Chad Arnold's place. He shows up at Chad Arnold, um, and Andy. Andy keeps up with everybody. Don keeps up with everybody. Fred's keeping up with everybody. All these people are keeping up with one another. Why? Because they all was doing something that they know could get them all put in prison
Like I
for a
said,
long damn time.
everybody up
They
there
did
on
some
Beach
evil.
Creek and Ben Hill that knew these kids were being abused is as liable and as responsible as these POS parents. Everybody that knew it, like Jody Sue. Oh, but our we lost the, oh yeah, and then the dream that Andy had. No, it wasn't a dream until the daughter come down and told her mom, and then
Right,
it turned into a dream.
right.
Come
That's
on.
true. That's true. Anyway, I want to cover some stuff because last night I didn't get to cover everything, so I want to get through some stuff tonight.
Okay, go ahead.
Right here. Candace, Candace gets in an argument. She gets in an argument with this lady. This lady's known Candace for a long time. She knowed Candace for like more than 15 years. And Candace gets in an argument with her and about her husband. And she says, just to let your stupid ass know, this was taken today. Guess what, B? I don't give two F's. She put F. F, did or didn't. And the woman says, quit running your mouth. Quit running your sucker about shit you know nothing about. And then she comes back and says the B word again. You are the one on my page. Talk out your ass. So bye. I'm worthless, and calls her a name again. And I don't believe anything you say. Pigs don't mean shit. So get over yourself. And I'm going to have to lazy. She calls the lady a lazy fat slob that can't raise her son by herself. That's what she says to this woman. I have known Candace for 15 years. Wow. Very long time. Are you friends with her? My husband went missing. Our godson passed tragically and was having issues on dealing with his death. So, the husband was having a lot of issues dealing with their godson's death. My husband went missing. Our godson, well, that's reading it again. Candace sent me PM talking trash about why my husband was missing and publicly posted all of that. I haven't even been friends with her. I know her is all. She just acquaintance, not friend, but acquaintance. She knows her, but don't, in passing. He came home 4 days later. She messaged after I posted on Facebook that he was missing and that his family was looking for him.
Why don't she worry about any of this with her daughter?
Says honestly, I think she had something to do with Summer going missing and with her sister too. You are not the only one that thinks that. I know. My husband has known her longer than I have, and he says the same thing. I do about her and Donnie. I agree. I agree. It's one thing to be poor and struggle, but it's a whole other thing to not try to take care of your kid.
But they wasn't poor. Don made lots of money.
Um, you don't understand, Pam. Yes, they were poor. They were poor. See, what you don't understand is you think because someone makes money, that they're middle class or upper class or rich. No, no. A lot of people make money and they're poor. They're piss ass poor. They're just as poor as someone that doesn't make, what I'm saying is if you have a poor person, like a real poor person, that doesn't have, that makes like $10 an hour and struggling all the time. They're working maybe two jobs, a regular job and a part-time job to make everything meet and so forth and so on. And maybe they don't got much because, they're struggling to do with what they got. Well, what you don't understand is that poor person that is allocating their $10 an hour to rent and utilities and food and clothes, they're allocating that money in the right places. They will have a lot more money than somebody like Don Wells who's making 40 dollars or more an hour, works for himself. He does a job, he gets a job done in a couple weeks. He gets anywhere from 25 to $5,000. He's making pretty damn good money, making big money. But if he takes that money and he goes and gives it to Fred Heel, and he goes up and gives it to Andy Bernard, and he goes to the store and he buys gives it to the store for a bunch of cigarettes and liquor. Well, actually, to be honest with you, he's more poor. He's more in debt and more poor than the person who's working a $10 an hour job and allocating it into everything that needs to be done. They are actually richer and better off than Don Wells. They're living, they got roof over their head, food on their table, clothes on their back. They're actually richer because they know where to allocate the money. Don and Candace make the money. They make the money for Fred. They make the money. Don works for Fred. He works for Andy. He works for, for the store that sells all the liquor and cigarettes and stuff. That's what he's working for. He wasn't working for his family. He wasn't working to put a good roof over his kids' heads or clothes on their backs or food in the refrigerator. He wasn't working for all of that. And those kids didn't have a good roof. They didn't have good clothes. They didn't have good food. They had, they had it. They might have as well been in the movie, the freaking Scrooge. They might as well been Tiny Tim's family in the movie Scrooge, right? Remember they cut the one little pea in half. He gave Tiny Tim half the pea, and he kept half the pea on his own plate because they were dirt poor. Well, you know what? Don's kids didn't even get half the pea. They didn't get half the pea. You know why? Because Don ate the whole fucking pea himself. He ate it all himself. He would get up in the morning and pull the milk jug for those children, the milk jug to keep them healthy. He'd pull the milk jug out, take it to work, and slob it all down himself. And what was left, he'd trash it. He'd throw it in the garbage. And his kids were at home, no milk to drink, no nothing. And you know what? Don didn't give a damn. He didn't give a damn because, you know, this guy, he's a hollow, nothing but a hollow mother freaking bag of skin and bones. That's it.
Yeah,
He's
but
a bag of
you
skin
know,
and bones.
people could be poor all day long. But I'm going to tell you something. I'm not rich by all means. But I don't sit and run to the dollar store or anywhere else or to the liquor store and buy some liquor, some drugs, some money, wherever. I don't put my money in that because I got better places to put my money.
Yeah.
And it's not to make sure my kids eat a bucket of ice cream outside with a spoon and feed them like dogs, like they did their kids. They fed their kids. That was their choice.
Here's the problem.
That's where their money went, to their own mouths.
I tell you what the problem was. You had two disgusting women up on that hill, Candace and Grandis. You had two disgusting women up there that didn't think about anything but, you know, but getting their fixes, right? To get their fixes. That's all they was worried about. And they had a lot of different, fixes that they were seeking to get. You know, very sick women, very twisted minded, very evil, very evil. Neither one of these bitches wanted to clean house. Neither one of these bitches wanted to cook dinners and breakfasts and lunches. Neither one of these bitches wanted to do anything normal in this life. They weren't interested in being normal. They were interested in being lazy ass, twisted minded, evil pieces of shit. And that's exactly what they was. And they done nothing but destroy every child that ever got in their path. Right down to destroying that little girl. And you know that Grandis can sit her old ass back in that chair and she can talk all the bullshit she wants to. But I'm going to tell you what, even in that interview
with Grandis talking,
in that interview, she did exactly what Dawn and Candace does. She avoided talking about Summer. That old bitch wanted to talk about her daughter Rose.
Yeah,
she wanted to talk about the YouTubers. She wanted to talk about law enforcement, but she did not want to talk about Summer. She even wanted to talk about the boy.
In that interview, talking to that lady and
exactly.
said, think the water hole. You wouldn't have to think, you were there.
You know, no, she knew her fucking ass was there, sitting in the car just like Hunter said she was. She knew her ass was there.
Said to that lady,
and that ass was there before. The reason she says I believe it was, Warrior's Path. That's what I believe it was. She wanted to act like she wasn't familiar with the area. She wanted to act like she's old. She wanted to act like she's decrepit. She wanted to act like, that her old age, shit's falling. Feel sorry for me. I'm an old grandma. I'm an old grandmother. She was pulling that old age shit when she knew damn well where they went, damn well what the hell went down, and damn well what she was doing. She went back with Candace to threaten Allison and Hunter, didn't she? She took that old ass that supposed to had a bad knee, that, she could barely fucking walk on, but somehow she was able to fly out of the car, run her ass up onto Allison's porch, and threaten up this boy Hunter, along with her twisted minded daughter, Candace, right? I'm gonna tell you, there wasn't a damn thing wrong with that old bitch's knee. She used that fucking knee as an reason to be in Kingsport, picking that boy up, going to that fishing pond, and doing the dirty fucking deed they done. That's my opinion. I'm going to
And
keep.
nobody wants to come with the truth.
That's right. And that old
about
crusty.
where Summer is, because they don't give one rat's ass
That old
about where
crusty ass
Summer
bitch.
is.
Let me tell you, Pam. That old crusty ass bitch can kiss our backsides, because I'm going to tell you what, her crusty ass is just as fucking guilty of what happened to Summer that day as Candace, Hunter, and anyone else involved in what went down. Her crusty ass is fucking involved too. So she can.
Exactly.
Why do you think she's hiding? Why do you think she's got that old crusty ass hiding somewhere? Because she's guilty as fucking hell, in my opinion, and I'll keep it. And she knows she's guilty as hell. I mean, what kind of old bitch? What kind of old bitch? Fucking let somebody destroy an innocent 5-year-old little girl instead of getting it help.
Why was Summer the only one that got a piece of candy?
I'm going to tell you something.
Why did you ship 3 boys?
Grandis, with Grandis feels, these people feel, Pam, like they're going to hell anyway. There is some people that just, they're so evil. They know how evil they are. They know how twisted their fucking mind is. And they know what the Bible says about, being like them. And they feel, I'm going to hell. And therefore, they feel like they're going to hell anyway. Hell really ain't going to bother. I mean, what you don't understand is they cannot grasp what hell really is until they're in it. Like it's kind of like, you can sympathize with someone. If somebody stomps their toe, you can sympathize with them, right? You can say, oh, but you don't know what it feels like until you mother freaking stomp yours, right? Then, if you know what it's like to stomp your damn toe, then you can sympathize. I mean, you really can sympathize with someone that just smacked theirs. But if you ain't ever hit your toe, all you can do, you don't know the feeling. And these people don't know the feeling of what hell is. Nobody does until they get there. I mean, I don't have to get there. I don't want to be there. I'm smart enough to know that, what? That ain't a place I want to be. But I want to tell you what. These people, they think that they got in their mind, they're so evil and stuff. They think there's going to be a party and down there that, everybody's going to be around a campfire and they're going to be roasting marshmallows and, and having a big party. And, it's going to be to their surprise that hell ain't a party. It's not a party. Hey, Angel from Heaven too. I appreciate that, girlfriend. I got super chat. All right. Hey, another one. Much love, Mom. I just got home. Hey, girlfriend. I appreciate you supporting Summer's channel, and I'm glad that you're home safe. I'm glad you are home safe. God bless.
I'm just so sick. I'm so sick of Don and Candace sitting around here lying about.
Hey, Molly, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, girl.
I'm gonna call law enforcement. I'm gonna do this and don't do nothing.
Who?
When she said she was gonna go over and get Grandis's phone to call law enforcement. Candace, when she's standing by the truck, because she says I'm gonna throw mine in the truck and I'm gonna go get Grandis's so I can call 911.
Granny says I know the
911.
Hey, Grammy. Do you have a Facebook? Do you got a Facebook because I run a Facebook for Summer. I don't know if you're on Summer's Facebook or not, but if you
Jenny.
yeah, if you have a Facebook mods, could you put out Summer's Facebook, the Facebook that we run for Summer, and yeah, I like to talk to you. I like to talk to you behind the scenes. Summer deserves to be found and justice served. Yes, she does, Parker. Absolutely.
And that's right. She's right. They blew all their money on themselves. They didn't care about the kids.
Yeah. Guinea, go up on panel. Um, yeah, take the link. Take the link, Guinea, and come up.
Summer deserves to be found. Yeah.
I'll put the link out here for
it.
you. I just sent the link in there. Come up and tell me what you know. Everything helps. Everything helps. But you know what I'm trying to say, Pam, is you know, old Krusty feels she's going to Hades anyway. And you know, because she's so fucking, you know, twisted in the head, right? She's real twisted like Candace. Like mother, like daughter. That's for damn sure. One's just as twisted as the other. Those are two fucking peas in the same pot. But you know, and this old woman, she didn't want to talk about Summer. In that interview, she did not want to talk about that little girl. You know, she acted like Summer was an afterthought. Oh, the boys help me carrying my stuff. Like, you know. Oh yeah, and Summer too.
Yeah.
What the fuck, Grandma? Great. Yeah.
Bunch of
And then Candace comes out and says that old bag grabbed her milk and everything and went running into her up in her camper with her shit. My boys didn't help her. My boys packed all of our stuff. You know, my boys came out and grabbed our bags, grabbed the stuff that goes in our house, and ran in the house because they were starving. And mother freaking started raiding the bags, and Granny was left to pack her own shit, right? She was left to pack her own shit. Candace plainly stated she went in, she took her stuff to her own place. So you know what? She used that knee. She used that knee as a mother freaking excuse to go into Kingsport and pick this Hunter kid up because they knew what they was going to do. Grandma was in on what they was going to do to this little girl. Grandma was in on mother freaking saving her ass and Candace's ass and Donald's ass. Grandma was into, what Grandma wanted to do is save that ass all the, you know, free rent up there on that hill, right? She wanted to stay up. They thought that they weren't going to, Grandma thought that they wasn't going to lose the boys. Grandma thought that they was going to be able to pull the wool over everybody's eyes with some abduction bullshit. Abduction. No. When people didn't believe the shit and the boys got took, Grandma lickety split, didn't she? Oh, Grandma's ass, man, I'm going to tell you, the smoke's still going up on Ben Hill Road from her ass getting out of there so quick.
Yeah.
She was gone. Old Krusty Butt was gone. Just saying.
And you got all these other kids, all these other parents that really feel for their kids missing. And you got these two that don't act like they don't even care.
Right. Right.
You got these parents that have no remorse about their child missing. None.
No. You're absolutely right. You're
they
absolutely
have no remorse.
And I'll tell you another thing, Pam. You know,
And we have been in here putting her name out there for
right
over
here,
4 years. And what have they done?
right here.
Nothing.
Candace told this was in Ernie's chat. This was in Ernie's chat. You will never find my fishing spot. You will never find my fishing spot. That's what she said. You will not ever find my fishing spot, because her fishing spot was on that Van Hill Road on private property. You know, that big fishing pond, you know, was part of Andy's and Fred's uncle's land, right? That's why it had, you know, the pier on it that you could go out on and you know, and fish. And you know, they let these people go up there and go fishing at that particular place, you know, in that little community, everybody knowing everybody, you know. So Candace went up there and, you know, and fished whenever she wanted to.
Yeah, and that Andy Paul Morgan used to stay in the camper on Don Wells' property.
Well, there's the Paul guy.
Andy Paul Morgan.
There's the Paul guy.
Randy Paul.
Yeah.
Hill.
Now, the Andy Paul, he did stay on Ben Hill Road. He was the one that Fred and him had an altercation over Laura's daughter, because Laura's daughter was like 12, 13 years old, hanging up on 110 Ben Hill Road, getting into some shit just like Hunter and, you know, and True and the rest of them kids were. She was down there hanging with these people as well. Right? I'm going to tell you, there was, and you know, Fred knowed exactly, and Laura lost her kids too. She lost her kids too. They all lost their kids, you know. She lost her children. And her children happened to be, you know, be hanging down there up on that hill as well. So, you know, and
look at White Boy's wife. They
and
saved
why
her for the visual.
and
White
why
Boy's
did
wife.
you know and why did Fred and Laura, you know, at first Fred and Laura was lying, you know, we don't really know. Laura was calling Summer that little girl, and acting like they didn't know that little girl. You know, they didn't ever see Summer. They saw the boys, but they didn't, you know, they didn't see the one that disappeared. Ain't that quite quaint, right? That's very quaint that they don't ever see the one that disappears. They see the boys, the ones that's left, but they didn't ever hardly ever see Summer. But
if
you know,
Don knows Summer will never be found, he knows where she was disposed of. Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Because they know. Because they're not out here being mothers. They could set up a whole crew that was behind them, would have been right behind them, looking for this girl every weekend. But Don and Candace don't want it to happen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now that the truth came out and CPS dropped the charges on them one charges.
No. CPS did not drop any charges. Actually, they put the charges aside to, you know, they allowed Don and Candace to avoid prosecution by turning the boys over to the state.
And they should have already went through with that.
You know, the charges are there. They just decided not to pursue it
Exactly.
if they would, you know. But then the court, you know, sent Don and Candace some papers because Don and Candace and Tim Mullins as well, they were all harassing the court system. And the court, you know, and Child Protective Services is like, you know, we're not wasting no more taxpayers' money on these people. They have no children. They have no children now. There's no children, you know, for them to do anything to. There's not no children there. So, you know, that's how they got the paperwork, was because they had no kids. There's no charges because they got no children. And Don thought that he was going to gaslight everybody into, you know, some bullshit, believing some bullshit. That's not true. You know, Don Wells thinks that him and Candace is smarter than the people out here. What Don Wells don't understand with is the people out here work in the court system. The people out here deal with the court system. The people out here are just as fucking smart when it comes to, you know, Johnny Law as anybody else does, right? Just the way it is. But she said,
Candace
you
and
know,
Don,
they're not going to find her fishing spot. And I, you know, and she felt so safe. She felt so safe, you know, knowing the people that, you know, surrounded this fishing pond. And you know, and she felt so safe with it. All these evil people just like herself. Andy's and Fred's and, you know, and all the bullshit. I mean, Candace and Donald and Fred and Laura and, well, you know, Laura tries. I think Laura's capable of breaking. I think she's capable of breaking down at some point. I mean, I think she's a weak link in all of this that might talk at some point. That's my opinion. Um, I
well, she
believe
talked
that.
when she
I
told
believe.
me a long
I
time ago that they made it to the scrapyard. But oh,
right.
according to Fred, they didn't make it to the scrapyard.
And so that's, you know, that's my opinion on Laura. I think Laura's more, you know, more capable of maybe, you know, Marlena Crawford might be a little stronger to hold a secret than Laura, I think. Maybe not, maybe not. You know, you know what really shocks me about these people is these people are able to be led around by the nose. Like
No,
Marlena.
it's drugs.
Marlena's able to be led around by her nose, you know, by these evil individuals. Laura's able to be led around by her nose with these evil individuals. You know,
There
it's
ain't a
like, you
man in
know,
this world ever going to control me of what I do and what I don't do.
well, and Andy, he's still, you know, and even Jody Sue, she's led around, you know, she tries to act like she ain't, but she's led around by the nose. Candace is led by the nose. All of these women are led by the nose with these evil men, with these evil fucking men, right? And I mean, Fred still calls Laura and sends her, you know, and sends her on dummy missions to look in on whoever he wants her to. And she goes running. She goes running on those dummy missions, right? Oh yeah, I know where so and so is. They're here, you know. She gives him all the info, even though, you know, he dumped her ass. Didn't ever, you know, he didn't ever give her a marriage license, just like Andy didn't ever give Jody Sue one, right? I mean, these men wrote it hard, put it away wet, and dumped it like garbage, right? Wrote it hard, put it away wet, and dumped it like garbage. And these bitches are still trying to come back for more. What the hell? You know, you tell me where the mother freaking normalcy is and all of that. Because they ain't none, right? They ain't none. It's like, those motherfucker glutton for punishment. That's my opinion.
I'll tell you what, when they meet their maker, they'll all have to tell the truth before they go.
Yeah. That's
Because
true.
they all meet the same maker as everybody else. But when I go, I ain't got to make no excuses. I ain't got to make up for something. But they'll meet their maker. And when they do, they're going to have to tell the truth. So they might
Right.
as well tell it now.
Right.
Sick of them playing around with Summer. Summer's not no game. Summer's not a joke. Summer's not somebody that's thrown out in the woods.
Absolutely.
Out of here
Absolutely.
being tossed around like garbage. But Don and Candace don't care how any of their kids. The poor big one is can't even get adopted. Because Don's already ruined him.
Well, he could have gotten emancipated. He could have got emancipated and went back up on that hill. And I'll tell you what, he said no. He said no. He'll stay where he's at. If he doesn't find a good forever home, he's going to stay where he's at. He's going to age out with a job, and he's going to go on his own and take care of himself. Because
I hope the best for them boys and to stay away from Don and Candace.
I mean,
Summer didn't even get to wear her first day of outfit, her first day of school outfit to school. Because they didn't want her to go. You know why?
They didn't destroy that little boy.
They didn't want her to talk. Because like Don said, Summer likes professional women. Well, guess what? Her teacher would have been professional. And she would have told her teacher everything.
They couldn't
That's why they didn't want her to go to school.
Pam, she wouldn't have lived long enough to even start school. Summer was really bad off. Summer was really sick. Don and Candace knew the clock was ticking and the time and it was dwindling down, and they had Child Protective Services on them that had not shut the case yet. Child Protective Services was not on 110 Ben Hill Road on the 14th or the 15th of June 2021. They were not there on the 14th, nor were they there the 15th. They had not shut that case. They were due to come back and close it at some point, but they were still doing some follow-up work on it, and it had not been closed. They had an open case when Summer came up missing, and the clock was ticking before Child Protective Services got back up there and seeing the shape this kid's in, which was getting very bad. I mean, she was already starting to, basically cripple over and just slide downhill anyway. They had to do something. And they did. That's why, Children's Services just sped up. When, they eventually planned to get done anyhow. To be honest with you.
Is that Jeannie backstage, PG?
Let me see. No, she isn't. No, she isn't.
No angel from heaven. No, she's not.
No, she's not back here. I wish she was. But no, Pam. As far as the oldest son goes, I know people, people think that Don and Candace probably like to believe that they destroyed that boy as well, but they didn't. That boy is healing. That boy's going to age out, And that young man's going to, get a good job. He's going to, he's got good people working with him.
I wish the best for them boys.
And
Never have
he
to reach their parents again.
absolutely, absolutely.
That's
Someone,
all I got to say about the
someone,
boys. But
someone
I'm
can
going to tell you
only,
what, the way they treated them kids, they didn't deserve all four of them in the first place. They should have been taken before Summer was removed or before she was taken away.
no, Summer did make it back onto 110 Ben Hill Road, lovely London. Candace went right up on the hill with Summer in the back of that vehicle on those milk jugs because she needed the boys. She needed her brothers to see Summer. Candace needed the boys to see their sister in the vehicle and to gaslight them up so that,
And you heard what Don said one day.
so that they wouldn't tell, so they wouldn't know what happened to her. She had
And
to
you
do
heard
that.
Don say she put her in her car.
Yeah, she put her in Grandis's car. Yeah, she put her in her car. That's right. Absolutely. That's where Summer was, in Grandis's car. With a big black tote that was sitting outside of Granny's house that they put her in. Right?
And when the cops were up there, Grandis was kneeled over. Did she have a knee brace on? No. When she was looking out the window from the inside of the trailer, did she have a knee brace on? No.
How would PG, how would you explain Jody Sue claiming to have heard a scream? I tell you how I explain, because Jody Sue, see, what you don't understand is when Andy Bernard didn't put a ring on Jody Sue ever, when he rode her hard, put her away wet, and then dumped her like garbage, she was really pissed off, right? She was pissed off. But, when he dumped her for another woman. But when he put a ring, what he didn't do for her in all of those years, 2 kids, all of that time, her, dancing on that pole, keeping his ass up for years and years, taking all of his abuse and all of his bullshit. And then he puts a ring on some other woman that, has none of his kids, has no, back history with him or nothing. Man, she flew off the handle. I mean, she was a real scorn bitch now, right? And I'll tell you what, she came out and told the truth. She said, you go ask him what he was selling to Candace, what he was over there on that hill giving to them children and selling to Candace to give those little girls so they could be touched. You go ask
To
him,
sedate the little girls.
what he was giving Candace to sedate those little, not just Summer, but other little girls
Any
as
little
well.
girls.
And she said, I'm not going to protect him anymore. I'm not standing in front of him. I'm not protecting him no longer. Right there told you why she made up the fucking lie of a scream. Because her and Andy had dirty hands in what was going on over there, and dirty hands into why Summer had to be destroyed. Right? They had dirty fucking hands. And Candace was giving her money. Candace was giving her gift cards and half of everything that she had coming in. That's why she called Jody Sue, thinking that she could ask her to change that scream to, 543, 545, instead of, the 4 something, to make it, more believable with Summer coming up missing, more believable with an abduction, right? And Jody Sue's like, hell, I ain't doing it. Hell no. I told them, you know, I even had my son lie. I lied. I had my son lie. Right? They didn't. They didn't believe me anyway. And I'd be damned, I'm not getting into it, Candace. You know, you guys said to say I heard it at 4 something. I did what you wanted me to do, and I'm not changing shit. Where's my money? Where's my money? And, you know, her and Candace was having it out. They was having it out. I heard it. I overheard it. Hell yeah, they was having it out. That screen man was as fake as the day is fucking long. It was fake as hell. But, you know, but Jody Sue had a dog in the race. She had a dog in the race named Andy. She had her, you know, she had her own doggy ass in the race because she's up there knowing exactly what was going on across there. And you know, she was spending the money. She was, you know, she loved it when Don was buying all the stuff off of Andy and, you know, and barely having enough money to get a bag of corn dogs and something to drink, right? And she loved it. She loved, you know, getting her nails done, her hair done, and getting all the eat outs because her big ass is fucking too lazy to cook and make a decent meal as well, right? I mean, just watch her, you know, on her lives. She's always looking for somebody to bring her food. You don't ever see her big ass up cooking a meal for her and her daughter or anybody else. She just, you know, sits around waiting for somebody to bring it. Right? And I'm going to tell you, I don't know when the fuck she sleeps. I don't know when she sleeps. This bitch is up for a week straight, right? She does like 48, 72-hour lives. You know?
Yeah, and Summer goes missing in 2 minutes, right? Yeah.
There's no way. No way. I'm going to tell you, these mother freakers knew. They knew exactly what happened to this little girl. And, you know, and just to prove the point of this shit, you know, going on up there, I mean, listen to Candace right here.
Hey, you're all ears. You're all ears.
Exactly.
Okay,
What
good
are you
deal.
going to tell me now?
Okay, so check this out. Just one more question. Has I don't know how to say it. I don't want to offend you, and I don't want to do that because we're friends, and I don't want to do that.
Just fucking say it.
Okay, I'll say it. I'll say it.
Damn.
I heard, and I don't know if it's a fact or not, that Don, your husband, used to take showers with Summer. Is that true?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a
He never took
lie.
showers.
Look at this lying ass bitch. Look at her. Look at her. I'm going to tell you, I have, you know, put a 1 in the chat because I've seen people with her face. I have seen people with her face. I've seen people that, you know, look and act like her. Right? And it takes everything you got. It takes everything you got, you know, to not want to, you know.
Go in and smack the TV.
Exactly. And I'm going to tell you something.
Smack her smack the lights out of her.
In your opinion, Pam?
Slap her sideways.
In your opinion, Pam?
In my opinion, okay.
But I'm going to tell you what. You know, humans like this, I think everybody has met humans like this. And they disgust you. They literally and utterly fucking disgust you, right? I mean, like, you're like, get the fuck away from me, weirdo, right? Just beat back, get the hell up. You know, don't. It's like you feel like they're contagious. Put a 2 in a chat. Put a 2 in a chat if you feel like the motherfucker's contagious and you don't want to catch the shit they got. I mean, that's the impression they give me. It's like, you know, I try to avoid them. You know, like you would the fucking flu, right? I try to avoid them like the flu. I'm like, that's how I feel. I feel like they're fucking contagious, and I don't want that
Yeah.
shit anywhere
It's
near.
not in Kansas's
Don't step in my bubble. Don't step in my bubble.
metabolism, to tell the truth.
But yeah, exactly, exactly. It's the truth. It's the truth. I mean, for real, for real.
Showers
No.
with her or nothing like that. And that's true. That's not
No.
true, right? Okay.
No.
Okay.
Bullshit.
He never did.
Did he ever
I
burn?
took showers with Summer.
You took showers with Summer. Okay.
Right. You was
Bitch,
scared
you
to
don't
use
even
them.
get she don't even get her fucking feet wet. She don't even get her feet wet. She was
Remember the
doing,
ruler on PG? Remember that ruler I sent you
do you know,
on her leg?
exactly right? Exactly. Her fucking
Half
water
lonely
line,
present.
her her fucking water line, and can't touch the ankle. Yeah. And not only that, I mean, this bitch barely washes her feet like she did the motorboat in Day Day's pool, right? She was like, throwing her feet all around doing a motorboat,
Jose said.
And I think that was just, I think that was just to try to kill some of the smell, that was she was going to some of the funk and stank she was going to put in Day Day's
And when
house.
Jose was there, he said
And
he had to give her a towel
yeah, to get Summer out,
to get Summer out of the shower with Dawn
with
and the
Donald.
boys.
Yeah, hold on, girl. That's coming. That's coming next. Yeah,
Come on.
this bitch. When she was out there at the horse pond, right? She's out there at the horse pond with Chris, and you could see. I thought for a minute that she was going to go right into Chris's arms because the water started to wave up a little bit,
Exactly.
and chasing her. That fucking shit was chasing, and she would run towards Chris. And then it would come up some more. She'd run even closer to Chris. And Chris is standing there looking at her. You know what I'm saying? Because this bitch is afraid to get her feet wet. And she want to be talking about she's in the shower. Oh, hell to the no-no.
Did you know that Don told Molly Golightly that he did take showers with Summer?
No, I did not know that.
There's a video recording of it. Of him saying he did.
I did.
She said lies.
You knew everything Don was
Stephanie
doing.
says lies to her teeth. Honey, she ain't got no teeth to lie through. She ain't got no fucking teeth to lie through.
She didn't get any until she went to
Oh, she old fucking mush
Dr.
mouth
Phil.
right now.
Didn't know that.
Hold on a second. Can someone can anyone get a video recording of that if that did happen and did take place? Like I said, I don't know much about the case. If that did take place, let me ask you a
go to
question.
Molly
Candace.
Golightly's.
If that did take place and you see a video of him saying that, how are you going to feel?
I'm gonna flip the fuck out, man. I'm gonna flip the fuck out for real.
So if you hear a video of him saying, "Yeah, I took showers with Summer,"
I'm gonna
Yeah,
fucking
that's
go
why
off.
Summer.
Ooh. Somebody better have bail
Why
money.
Summer slept with them,
well,
right?
you can't get to him obviously now. Come on, you can't get to him now. Let me ask you a question with this: if that is true, are you going to call him at jail on his little machine there? What would you say to him?
No, she ain't gonna call the jail. Hell,
I'm gonna tell you something. She looks like one of them. She looks like one of them ugly fucking Muppets. You ever see them ugly fucking Muppets that go running across the stage and then come running back and they open their mouth great big? That's what the fuck she looked like.
she ain't gonna call the jail because she don't want to talk to law enforcement.
Oh my gosh.
What would you
They
say to him?
tried to get her to do a third
No,
lie detector
no, I'm
test.
gonna wait until
Hold on, Pam. Quit screaming. We gotta hear it.
he calls me tomorrow, and then I'm gonna unleash something that has never been unleashed before.
Really?
Right.
Yeah,
You
because
blind
that is unacceptable.
Yeah, right.
These people in the chat.
I mean, don't play with me, dude. Do not play with me.
Listen.
Do not.
Listen,
play
look at this.
with me.
Melanie, read across the screen, Candace. I won't lie to you.
Yeah.
Read it. There's a reason I asked that because I know you didn't know about it. Read across the screen, Candace. Don did say that. I heard it too. He did say it a few times. Yes. Don definitely said it. I did.
Like
It did. I heard him
in the
saying it.
Yardo.
He did. How did you miss that? You see, I know you missed that. That's why I asked the question, Candace. You see, I'll let you talk now. But he did say it. If I had the video, He said it on. He said it live on YouTube, Candace. Candace.
Fuck no, man. Fuck no.
Candace, they heard the interview. Look at this. All these people here heard it. He said he had to take showers with her because Candace wouldn't or didn't, and that is the biggest line of BS I've ever heard. He did it because he wanted to, is what they're saying. It's okay, Candace. You're not in trouble, Candace. You're the victim. I told you that at the beginning. I've told you that.
Ain't no
But it's
victim.
up to you to unleash that, what you know. You see what I'm saying? It's okay. It's okay. Unleash
Keep
what you
crying,
know,
Candace,
Candace.
fake ass, cry.
Do it for your daughter.
You know, when your little girl and your boys, they go out and they play all day, and then they get mixed up with candy. You bring them candy all of a sudden.
Yeah.
They got the shit all over their face and in their hair.
Yeah.
Well, I have to take a shower every night because I work in drywall. I'm like, fuck, get your little punk asses in here. And we'd all rinse off together real quick. Mom would be waiting there with the towel.
Bullshit. Bullshit, Don. That motherfucking bitch is so damn lazy. She wouldn't be waiting there with a damn thing. She wouldn't be waiting. She don't. My God. This is a woman that has a pissy pillow because she's too fucking lazy to go to the bathroom. She just sits somewhere and wets herself, right? I mean, like Allie done told on her. She just, she don't get out to go. She don't pull over to the side of the road and run in a restaurant and use the bathroom and then come back out and like normal people do. She doesn't wait until she gets home and runs to the bathroom like normal people do. No. She just puts a pillow under her backside and doesn't even go home and have to throw her clothes. It ain't like it's an accident. It ain't like it's an accident, where you have to run home and hope nobody sees you run into the house and get your clothes off real quick, shower up and wash them in the washer and dry them. And, what the heck happened,
All she'd have to do is get some Depends.
Right? It's like what happened to my bladder, Maybe you want to go see a doctor or something if that shit happens to you. But yeah, I mean,
get you some Depends.
But no, she purposely sits there and then she goes home, takes her breeches off and hangs them. What from Allie said, she hangs them up on the line. She hangs them up outside, lets them dry, and puts them back on. And I believe it. And I believe it because when they went to the tree visual, there was this woman that said that they had to hold hands with Candace. I personally talked to this person that said they had to hold hands with her and they couldn't stand the smell. They said they couldn't stand the smell, that it was so awful that they thought they wasn't even going to make it through the little thing that they were doing. That all they could think of is, just get it over with. I got to get out of here. I got to get fresh air, right? They said they stunk something fierce, that they just stunk.
Throw them out one at a time, and Mom would dry them off and dress them. So, I don't want my little girl with freaking candy all over her sleeping next to me.
And see, I thought, I thought you was showering up with all the kids, Dawn, and handed them out one by one to Mommy. What the hell you're only mentioning Summer. You're only mentioning her having candy. You're only mentioning her in the shower. Why did you not say, I don't want the boys having mud all over them. I don't want them having candy on them. I want my kid, you directly went to Summer. Because she's the only one you were doing that with. She's the only one that you was doing it with. You personally told me, Don Wells, that the boys were like Candace. They wouldn't bath, and I don't blame them. I bet they were scared to bath because of you. I bet they were afraid to get near a shower because of you. That's my opinion.
And plus, she ain't gonna sleep good unless she's clean. I did it out of love. I've had every one of my kids in there with me. They're all of them, all four of them plus me. I'm gonna throw them out one at a time for Mom. No problem.
He took showers with all four
You all
of
right?
them.
Yeah, I
You
said
alright?
fucking wow.
No, he didn't. He lied. He threw the boys in there. to try to soften the blow that what he was doing, what he was truly doing with this little girl. And I'm going to tell you something. Because he personally told me that the boys were like Candace. They wouldn't shower. Now, did he do something to them before in the shower that they didn't want to get in their shower? Maybe, absolutely. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, I think Don's a twisted-minded son of a bitch that would, violate a boy or a girl. I don't think it matters to him. I think he'd violate a boy just like he would a girl. That's my
He
opinion.
poodled the
Hell,
doodle.
he poodled the doodle, right? So, absolutely.
Yeah,
If it
I'm
poodle
alright.
doodle,
Motherfucker. Oh, God dang, Lord Jesus, please help me tonight.
ain't
No,
got
that's the
no help
first I
for
heard
you.
that. Wow,
There ain't no
unfucking
help for you, Candace, if you don't
Fucking
get out of there
wow.
now.
Okay, I'll just fucking.
There ain't no help for that motherfucking bitch when she went in there. There was no fucking help. She's as sinister and as fucking evil and as dirty. What part of she was charged with SA just like Don was that we don't understand?
Exactly.
She was charged just like him. She was just as fucking. She was bothering the kids as well. This
Yeah, that's why
fucking
Cameron's
this this
name was on the shed.
this fucking. Okay, I'm bringing you up, Jenny. If you want to close if you want to close your camera, you can. I'm bringing you up on the panel.
That's Ernie in the picture. Somebody just asked who's the
Okay.
guy in the picture. That's Ernie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
All right,
Ernie
girl.
Shell. Hello, everybody.
Hello. How you
Hello.
doing, girl?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. I hear that you said all of these people.
I don't. I know I know Ernie from watching YouTube. I don't know him personally, and I know Jinkies. I've met her a couple of times at the not at Summer's vigils, but at the one of Summer's get-togethers at Warriors.
Yeah.
But
And do you know Don and Candace?
yes, I know who
And
they are.
and you know Don's boss?
Yes, I know the Tuckers.
And what do you think about this whole case?
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
I think that it was an accident cover up. I think something happened at Warriors.
Do you? Well, an accident can be reported.
I
Like,
don't think they would have reported it.
accidents can be reported.
Right, but I don't think they would report it. That's just my
Yeah, but
opinion.
even if it was an accident, after 4.5 years, don't that cut the
I,
accident out? Because they've waited so long to report it?
but think about it. Think about it. If Summer drowned that day by accident, maybe they weren't watching or they were doing whatever, and she drowned, I don't think they would call the police. I think they'd be afraid they'd go to jail.
Yeah, but don't you think that after 4 years it doesn't become an accident anymore, or over 4 years?
I don't know how all that works, honestly. I don't know. I just don't know that.
Do
I guess I don't want to think that they hurt her on purpose, you know?
Nobody does.
I guess that's what it is.
Nobody does. But
And
you
we
know
don't
what?
and we don't really know for sure, so,
Well,
just
I think
speculation.
we do because
Well, yeah.
Don changed up the vehicle. I mean, he had never drove Candace's vehicle before, but it had Starlink, which would, be able to pinpoint where he's at, and that's what he wanted. He wanted to be pinpointed at work. He fires his co-worker to blame it all on, and he did on the 15th.
Right.
He did exactly what he fired the man for, was to blame his daughter's disappearance on. So that right there tells us
Yeah,
that they have plotted against this little girl, and
it
they
could
have
be that.
and Grandis used her knee as an excuse to go into Kingsport and pick up this boy and go to that fishing hole and do what they done. I mean,
It sounds premeditated, but
yes, absolutely. And
I
they
just
cut
hate
all
to.
her hair off. They cut her completely bald headed, and they do all of these weird things. Um, yes, absolutely.
Right.
And
I
Don
just
said that it was going to happen on Candace's clock.
yeah, I've heard all those videos. I mean, why would he say stuff like that? It don't make sense.
And and I find it. They didn't take the boys that day. They didn't take them boys. They went early, and they didn't take the boys because they didn't want witnesses to what they done. They
No,
just got Summer out of that house, and they just took Summer, and and they didn't even feed her. They didn't even, give her no food or anything. I mean, Don and Candace are a special kind of evil. They're like
yeah.
a special kind of evil human beings. And and what do you think of his boss Tucker? I mean, what kind of
I
man is he?
Well, I know um Tucker's son's wife. I've known her since she was in middle school. And Jesse Tucker's wife.
Yeah.
And I've known her since middle school. They're great people as far as I know she is and her family is, but I've always heard good things about them too. I don't think he has anything to do with it.
Well,
I re-
let me play you something. Let me play you something
I
real
heard
quick.
I've heard that video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
And
know why he would say that
you do
about.
Now,
you
let me ask.
do you believe that that's possible?
No, I don't. That's just my opinion.
Let me ask you. Is it because
Well, what did you think about Tucker coming out to the work site when the YouTubers were there, confronting Don and Candace because they had lied to them, said they would meet up with them if they read this particular book, and had all of these people reading this stupid Seventh Day Adventist book that a woman wrote
Right,
about um, a murderer out in the woods,
right,
and how that church loves to protect them kind of people and don't give a shit about the victims that these people violated and violently took out of the world for no reason but their own damn
right.
self gain, and they thought it was okay to to take these kind of evil humans to their bosom.
I
And
understand
you
what you're
know
saying.
um and then after they read this sick twisted tale that has no feelings for the victims, just sinister bastards that did it.
Yeah.
um you know
I
like
can't,
everything should be okay. Don doesn't meet up with them. He
I
doesn't meet
can't,
up with them.
right. I can tell you this. I spoke with Tucker's son
Right.
one day. This has been several years ago, and I was asking him about it. I was like, "Hey, what's going on?" Because I figured they would know something since Dawn worked for them.
Right.
And he told me that they said he was at work that day,
Oh
but
yeah.
they don't know if he was at work all day. But they did see him there at
Yeah.
work that day.
okay? Who?
But he told me that Dawn wrote a bunch of, it was weird, said that they called TBI, and TBI came and looked. But Dawn had wrote a bunch of Bible verses on the walls in one of those new houses in Jonesboro before he sheetrocked it.
Yes, I heard that too.
That's weird to
Who
me.
fired? Who fired
So
Don?
so Tucker
Do
knew
you?
that
Oh
it was
yeah. I
Donald.
think they know. I
He
think they
knew
know. that
Donald
he's no good. Then and
suffered.
they told me that they had to let him go because they said that after Summer went missing, he wanted his job back after all that happened, and he showed up at their house Christmas Day, I think it was, and wanted his job back. And he said, we just told him we couldn't do it. That apparently he had stolen a bunch of their tools several times and pawned them and just all kinds of stuff. So
So it wasn't
Oh,
because of YouTubers.
Donald
yeah.
It
had
wasn't
pawned the
because of
tools of
YouTubers.
suckers.
Yes, he had stole a bunch of his tools one time
Yeah,
or a few times from the way he talked. And
and they knew
and
for sure. They called TBI or called law enforcement out to because Don was writing this weird stuff on
yes.
the walls. Now Don was
Well,
blaming
apparent
Dudley for that. He was blaming Dudley for that. And Dudley said,
no.
"No, I didn't do it."
No, apparently I don't know if somebody else saw it and told them or what, but they showed up at that house and they had TBI with them. And TBI
Yeah,
took pictures of everything, and they said that it was just random Bible verses, like underneath that, wrote it on the wall before he sheetrocked it, which I just think's weird.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
weird. And
yeah.
I don't know. It's so confusing. There's so many possibilities.
Right, right.
So
I gotta wonder if it was. I gotta wonder if it was Bible verses or if it was, you know, something else.
he said it was Bible verses. They're Christians. I mean, they go to church. I mean, you know, but you know how that goes. But I think they're good people. I mean, I'm going to say, in my opinion, they're good people.
Why would you think that Donald would say that his boss
Trying to
called
get
him,
somebody else in trouble.
and asked why he sold a tape like that for $5,000?
I don't believe it.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe it. I don't. I know these people well enough to know they wouldn't be involved. They have grandkids, two little granddaughters. I mean, these people are
Hey,
very wealthy people, and not that I'm saying they would wealthy
they
people
are.
can't,
That's my
but
point. That's my
but
point. They are very wealthy.
I mean, they've got a huge house. They don't
They
live
are
10 minutes from my brother.
they are very wealthy,
Right.
and you know with every what I'm saying is Don John changed up Don changed up the vehicle so he would have Starlink for his alibi. He fires his coworker to blame this on. That shows is premeditated, and it
Right.
got carried out on the 15th. That's no doubt it was premeditated.
Yeah.
Now
See, Don was his own boss, though. He could come and go as
that
he pleased.
that's not hearsay. That's fact. That's
Right.
fact. So law enforcement should have been, and when they was telling law enforcement where their daughter isn't, then law enforcement could have just put the cuffs on them because if you know where your daughter ain't, you must know
It's
where
like, well,
she
then
is.
where is she?
So with those just those two things, a jury would prosecute the hell out of you and put you in prison. I mean, a
Yeah,
jury
I
would
think
say
so
guilty.
too.
And here's my
People
thing: why is
people
law
are
enforcement?
asking.
Why is law enforcement not doing? I don't feel they're doing their job. They're um, they're not doing their job where Summers' case is concerned. I don't think they're doing their job with
I don't
all the
either.
facts. They're trying to say there's no facts. By God, there's a ton of damn facts. And all of these facts are pointing straight at Don, Candace, and Grandis and
Right.
destroying this little girl. And they're doing nothing to arrest these sinister bastards. And I'm wondering, is it a possibility, like you said, these people are very well to do? Is it a possibility that some very well to do people, were clients up on 110 Ben Hill Road where,
I
this
mean,
type of operation was being ran?
I guess it's always a possibility, but I mean, they seem
Okay,
like
people are asking why
they're
didn't
very
you talk to
respected in the community.
And I
Very
know
respected.
Donald said
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Donald
People
said they
are
were very
asking
well
why
to do,
didn't
very, you
Tucker.
know,
But the
it was
people in
almost,
the community, they like people in the community look up to them. I
it's
mean,
almost, it's almost as if Don Wells was wanting to let us know. It's almost like Don Wells was, wanting to let us know why him and his bitch ass old lady and her mother ain't in prison. It's like he wanted us to know that, that they're not going to be in prison because of, some of these because of some of these people with that wealth and with that standard,
right.
is mixed up in it all. And they're going to, and they're going to keep it shut down. There's people that don't want to be exposed in all of this.
I can't see the chat.
People
Um,
are asking why didn't
you'll
Tucker's
have,
grandma
in the back,
sue Don
I've
Wells?
lost you.
in the back, you will see, it'll say,
Okay, I got it now.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
Why didn't Tucker sue Don Wells for stealing the stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good question.
Why doesn't
I
he,
mean, that's a good
why
question.
doesn't Tucker try,
I see the Tuckers all the time at the games
why
here in
doesn't
town. The
why doesn't he own Don Wells' land right now after Don Wells made such an accusation upon him? Because most people would have sued him. Most people would have took everything he had, for defamation of character, because this man has a high reputation to protect. I mean, like you said, he's
Oh,
a
he owns his
very,
own business. They've
yeah,
got all kinds of money.
very well to do, a very prominent, in this in reputation to uphold in that community, and
Hmm.
and he can't afford for this kind of thing to to ruin him, but he's doing nothing about it.
I
That
don't know
don't
if
sound
Dawn's
right.
just I don't know if Dawn's just mad at him and making that up or what, because he won't let Dawn come back to work there.
I mean,
Or maybe he does feel. Somebody just said maybe he feels for Dawn. You know,
has
it,
anybody,
it could be. I mean, he's worked there for I think 16 years or something.
you're going to feel for somebody that destroys your reputation like this? I don't think so.
Well, I'm
And
not
still,
saying that. I'm talking about before that happened.
I
and
mean,
still took
do
from
you ever
him.
talk to him? Do you ever talk to him? I mean, is there a way that you could, is there a way you could get someone to ask, um,
Yeah.
Tucker, ask
Yeah,
Tucker why?
I'm friends with his son's daughter on
Yeah,
Facebook.
could you ask her to ask, her daddy-in-law, why he didn't sue Don for running his reputation like that, saying that stuff and running his reputation? What's
I can
holding him
send her a
back?
Stealing his
message
stuff.
and ask her. I
Yeah,
can't do it
I would
tonight, but I'll
appreciate
do it
that.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I would appreciate that,
Yep.
because
Stealing the
this ain't
property.
looking good on him. This isn't, this is not looking good on Tucker. It's like, he's not pursuing it because there is a videotape that Don probably has a backup copy, and he doesn't want to be exposed. That's why he's not suing him. I mean, that's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, in my opinion, I don't think they had anything to do with anything like that. That's just my opinion.
I don't know. I don't know because, you know, I got my suspicions seeing that this man has a standard, a high standard to keep up, and all the things. And this is very damning to him and his reputation and his company. And he's not doing a damn thing about it to clear it up. That's,
Well,
suspicious to
we
me.
we really don't know if he's done anything or not, because I do know for a fact that they called TBI out to that house that Dawn was working on. I know
Did they?
that for a fact.
Okay. Did they check like the walls to make sure
I have
Summer
n-
wasn't in them?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea. He said that
Do
they called him out there specifically because of the Bible verses written on the wall,
do you know
like
if
all over the walls.
Tucker's aware of what Don Wells said?
I'm sure he's heard it. I'm sure somebody's told him.
Maybe
It was
not.
on Josh's, wasn't it?
Maybe he hasn't heard it.
I don't know. I mean, I
Maybe
really don't.
maybe what you want to ask is his daughter-in-law
I'll
is
ask her about it.
ask her to ask him if he knows what's floating out here in the community um about him that came out of Don Well's mouth. And if so, why is he not, why has he not done something to, shut it down? Why has he not done something, to shut Don Wells down
Maybe
from
he has, and we
spreading?
just don't know about it.
Um,
That's the thing. We don't know
Exactly.
what everybody else has done.
mm,
This
we would
when
know
I went up to their
if he
house and
sued
took them
Don, we
food,
know,
it was after grandma left and it was after the dogs were gone.
right?
That's when I stepped in and was like talking to them or
Mm-hmm.
talking to Candace more
Right.
than him, but I don't know. I just think there's just so many shady people in this case. I mean,
Right.
everybody up and down that holler, just
It's
that
definitely a group.
Beach Creek has a bad reputation. I mean, there's some beautiful homes over there and there's some good people that live over there, but it's a rough place.
Right. I just like to know what's going on with this, because I'm going to tell you, um, with what I heard from Don Wells, about this Tucker guy and doing that kind of stuff. No, I wouldn't hire his company. I would not hire his company after hearing this. I would not want those people in my home, anywhere near my family or us. I wouldn't even want them to know my address, to
Right.
be honest with you.
They
Yeah, I mean,
have.
this is damaging. This is very damaging
It was a
to this man
photo
and his company.
that he sold
And
for $5,000
and
and
Don's still
Candace
living on
laughed.
his land. So I know Tucker ain't done nothing because
Yeah, I
Don's
don't
still
know.
living on his land. You know, um,
But we
and
don't know
you
what's
have
going
to
on
wonder
behind the
about that.
scenes. We don't know
PG,
what's going
someone
on
said
behind.
in the
I'm not
chat,
going to
send
throw the
that
Tuckers
recording
under
to
the
Jeannie.
bus because I don't know.
We didn't
Right.
throw him under the bus. Don Wells did.
Right. I know,
You
but I'm
know,
not, me personally, I'm not going to because I don't have any proof of anything other than the Bible, the verses written all over the walls in that house.
you
Well, send
know,
her the video, PG.
there's truth in every. Even if Don's lying, there's truth in it. I mean,
Right, right.
there's got to be truth in it.
That's why I said there's always a possibility of
You
anything.
know,
But
here's
in my opinion, I don't think so.
what I'm thinking is, Don didn't sell the tape for $5,000. I think he's saying I got a tape, and that's why we're not in jail. We got some very high people in high places that done some, that we got some real incriminating shit on.
I
And,
mean, there's a lot of people that are scared to talk in this case to just
Exactly.
anybody. They talk to law enforcement and they talk to TBI, but as far as getting out here like I'm doing and you're doing and everybody's doing, they don't do that. There's just too many people are too scared, and that's why I just
right,
now came up to do that because I was scared.
right.
But
Oh
if
yeah.
anything, that I know could help find Summer,
Well, I just found
then
it
it's
weird
worth
that
it to
Tucker was
me.
out there protecting, he was out there protecting Don and Candace, and he didn't fire Donald. He sent Don to a different location to work for a while until the YouTubers calmed down and went away.
But then he fired him after
Then
that.
he fired him.
Yes, I know that for a fact. I was told that by the son.
And he fired him because of thievery.
Just everything. He told him, what I was told is that he told him that he couldn't hire him back because of everything that's happened. That, you know, it just didn't look good on the company.
Right.
So I personally, I'm gonna stick with Dawn, Candace, and
And
Grandis
and you might be right.
and Hunter,
You
maybe.
might be right, because if he had that kind of, if he had that kind of if Don had that kind of power in his pocket, I would think that Tucker would continue to working, for that reason alone.
Right. But he said his son told me that, like I said, that Dawn showed up there Christmas morning, wanting to know if he could have his job back. This was later on, later on after
Right.
after all that stuff happened. And he just told him he just couldn't do it. It was too,
That must have been the Christmas of 2023.
probably. It's been 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I ran into him out in town, the mall actually in Johnson City, and talked to him.
Well, I
But
wouldn't hire him for my job if I had a big job like that.
no, I wouldn't either.
I'd
You
have to get rid of him because
Well, it just looks all bad on the company.
exactly, and it makes your company look bad,
well,
and it gets you hard people because some people don't want people like him in their houses.
Exactly. And
well,
they told
also,
me that their two kids were scared of Don. That every time he came around, he rang their doorbell that morning, and their kids are scared of him for some reason. I guess because of
so,
all this stuff they've heard and stuff.
so did he go to the son's house or the old man's house?
The son's house, they live right there together.
And he went to the son's house, not the old man himself.
I don't know if he
But
went to the old man's house or not, but I do know that he went to the son's house. He could have went to his house too, for all I know.
Right. Now, who's running the business, the son or
Well,
the
the
older man?
son apparently.
Oh, so the son has took over daddy's business.
I don't know if he's took it over, but I think I don't know. I just know that I think he pretty much runs things.
Right. Now, I know old man Tucker was out there, standing strong with Don and them at that time. And I do know law enforcement went into Don's house while he was in jail. They
Right.
went in there. Candace cleaned the place out and ran everything to Kathy, the friend's house, and hid it. But they went in and, went through a safe and looking for something. And they were very disappointed.
I
They
remember
didn't
hearing
find
about
it.
that.
Very disappointed they didn't find it. And I'm wondering if it could have been, video recordings.
I mean, it could have been. It's just so hard to say. I don't
Right.
know. I mean, there had to be something in there.
I feel
I
that there
mean,
was
we have a
shady
safe
stuff.
and we have stuff in our safe, so I mean,
I feel there was some very shady stuff going on Ben Hill Road. I feel like, um, there was some real sinisterness and evilness going on up there because once Summer went missing, they took Marlena Crawford's daughter for SA. To my
I remember hearing
understanding,
that.
they took those boys for SA. To my understandings, they went over and took Sherry's children away, Allison's mother's kids, due to some SA. To my understandings, they went and took
somebody said
away
Richard
Hunter
Tucker is the first district
and his
commissioner.
sister and them from Allison because of that kind of stuff. To my understandings, so it's like law enforcement knew that all these people affiliated with kids up on that hill were into some type of, and all of this stuff was supposed to transpire on 110 Ben Hill Road as well.
Yeah.
is where, is where all the allegations is made from these children. So, that Don was in Candace was, forcing stuff on them and then forcing themselves upon them, you know, up there. And according to Jody Sue, other people were, you know, up there
Oh, I'm
doing the same.
sure. I can
So,
picture that. I just feel like they hung out with shady people.
and Don, Don was running this in Arkansas. It wasn't like it was a new business to him. He was doing it in Arkansas. He was doing it up in Utah. I mean, I think he started in Utah and it moved into Arkansas. And then, and, he's a very sick, twisted minded human that doesn't, you know, care to violate or allow others to violate children. And that's a sickness that needs to be, shut down ASAP. That's something that, has got to be locked up and the key thrown away on.
I
Because
Someone
think
said in chat
these people
that
can't be
Richard Tuck.
healed.
I think law
Someone
enforcement has a lot more information than we know.
someone said in chat that Richard Tucker is the first commissioner of Washington.
County, he is.
Okay.
Yep, he is. He won it. But I don't think they have anything to do with anything. I really
Oh
don't.
no, I'm just saying it was wrote
Yeah.
in chat.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's just my opinion. I don't think they've
What
got a horse
what
in the race.
what is the worst thing? I don't know if he does or not. I know what Don said. And when someone plants that seed out here, and it's true that there's so much evidence and law enforcement ain't doing nothing, it kind of makes you wonder. You can't help from wondering.
I feel like that I honestly feel like that
And
they've
I'm going to
got
tell you, usually people who do this are are the ones you least expect. I mean, usually when you find out someone had been doing something like this, you are totally fucking shocked. You're like,
yeah,
you
I
would have
just
ever thought, you would have ever thought that that person would be so sick.
I don't think they have anything to do with it. I really don't. I think he's just trying to throw them under the bus because they wouldn't let him have his job back. That's just my opinion.
Well, that's that could be.
They're
That
trying to
could
take the
be.
focus off of
But
themselves.
why would Don and Candace take the risk being being dragged into court and everything they got taken away from them? I mean, I'm sure Tucker's got some very powerful lawyers.
I have no
And,
idea. I
and
don't
well,
think Dawn and Candace
well,
are going to take nobody to
business people
court.
do. Business people do. Um, you know, um, I'm very well affiliated with companies, and I know they have all of them have some very high paid lawyers working for them, and I just wonder, um, why Don and Candace would take the risk of losing everything they have by saying something about someone like Tucker, who's able to
But look at
you
all
know
the other stuff they say and do. I mean, I think they're just trying to take everybody's eyes off of them. They're trying to blame
yeah,
Exactly.
everybody else. And let me tell
absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think they were using Tucker to take their eyes off of them. I think they was using Tucker. I think they were using Tucker as a example of why they ain't been put in prison for the sinisterness that they've done. That
yeah,
was my impression when I first heard what they said. It
yeah.
was like, oh, you son of a bitches want everybody out here to know why your asses ain't in prison. That's what came to my mind. Um,
Yeah, I don't know.
and
I do
then
know that Candace
and then
told
when the
me,
clan didn't pursue it,
you know that
doing the thing,
video I told you about yesterday that I had sent to Dawn B about
yeah,
me and Candace talking.
absolutely.
She told me on that video that that Dawn let the oldest, well, she said the oldest boy, but let him smoke marijuana.
Right.
And she didn't like that, she said.
Yeah, she didn't like it. And she's sitting there, I'm going to tell you, I think Candace, after what happened to Dee Dee, I think Candace is like, to be honest with you, I think she is um, way more sinister, way more dangerous, way more calculating and then manipulating than fucking Don Wells could ever be.
I think they're about equal, don't you?
I personally think, but I know, because he's a coward. He's a fucking coward. He ran to work and hid all day, and because he's a coward. What I'm saying is, Don, Don isn't capable of doing what Candace is. What I'm saying is, Don's scared. Don's scared to do what I believe Candace possibly did to Dee Dee. Don's scared to go out there and and even if he's having someone else, he would be
Right.
afraid to pick up Hunter and go and even watch what was going down. He wants to be far away when he likes to plot the evilness, but he's a coward when it comes to carrying it out. And and that what I'm saying is Candace don't care to carry it out. She's heartless, man. This bitch is like heartless as hell. She's very, very sick, very dangerous. Um, nothing that you want to have, that you want to trust to
Mm-mm.
go to your bathroom and come back out.
Mm-mm.
You know,
Yeah.
she's just really, and
And it's
she's
not
like
just one in the
she's
family.
like the powerhouse of evil. You know
It's
what I'm
not
saying?
one. It's
Oh, yeah.
Candace has got her sister that's, missing, whatever, also with that too. So you got two in the family.
Yeah,
You
that's
got
strange,
Rose
too.
and Summer. And Candace and Grandis was behind both of them.
Candace and Grandis was behind who?
The Rose and Summer.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't personally what I've seen in what I've seen in Rose's case, and I can't say that Grandis didn't have something to do with because after what they did up there with that Jose, ran Allison off of there, and so Grandis and Candace could try to lay around with this man. I wouldn't put it past Grandis, maybe, wanting something to do with Rose's husband, or, and she did rode past her car to work every day for a long time. And she did give law enforcement the wrong license number instead of the right one. There's some shady stuff
There is, and
on
I don't
Rose's
know.
case,
I
where
mean,
Grandis is concerned.
There is. There really is. I
Mm-hmm.
just hope that I just hope that they found something over on the Van Hill property, just anything that
You
could
know,
lead to summer.
what was one of the what would you say the worst thing, like what was one of the worst things Candace had confided into you that you were like, oh wow.
Just about Dawn and him being abusive and letting the kids do rugs, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Just I mean, she never confided in me about nothing. I
Right.
mean, we weren't. I was around her maybe 3 or 4 times, and it was only for maybe an hour at the most.
did
Right.
she,
She didn't
did
confide in
she
me.
act like did she act like a mother with a
No,
missing child?
no.
Okay.
She was real quiet. Which she was probably nervous too. She didn't know me at
She
that time. I
she
mean,
was real
she
quiet
knew
as
who I
if
was from the church, but
she was real quiet as if she didn't want to slip up.
she was real quiet. She was real careful.
Mm-hmm. And that,
I
you know,
think.
that's a problem. Yeah, that's a red flag right
Yeah,
there.
she
Very
was
big
real
red flag.
careful.
Is there
Dawn
any
seems.
keywords that she said to you?
She did tell me that I asked her, I said, Candace, I said, how in the world are you standing this? I said, I would be a lunatic right now if my child
Yeah.
was missing. And she said, I said, do you think she's still alive? And she said, I think she is. I think she's out there still alive. But now, Don, when I asked him that, he said that he didn't know, but he felt like thought that somebody come up there and took her. I don't think nobody come up there and took her. And if somebody did come up there and take her, they knew about it.
Yeah.
You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Yeah.
They knew
They'd
about
had
it.
to know.
You know,
Like I said, what starts at the heel
I don't
will
think
end
anyone's
up at
going
the
to come and
heel.
take. I don't think anyone's going to come and take an on-live child propped up on some milk jugs. Um, that's just been done like that at a swimming hole. Nobody's going to come and take that.
No, no. And all this Donna Serafina stuff, I don't believe any of that.
You
Oh,
know what?
really?
I don't believe in that woo-woo
I
stuff at
I
all,
think
but you know, I find it weird that
she does have.
there's a mansion on that
Oh
Van
yes,
Hill Road.
it's a
I
big
found it.
house.
And I found it really, and she talked about a mansion.
It's right before you get to that
I
3,500
mean, you
property.
really can't discredit some stuff that
I
you're
know
hearing.
some of the
It
stuff she
really,
says is very interesting.
Okay,
it's
where's
just,
that
it's just
second
fucking
graffiti
weird. It's
tunnel?
weird that this woman mentions a mansion and there's one sitting right there on that Van Hill Road.
I
It's
wouldn't
Okay,
really
weird that,
call it a mansion. It's a
it's weird
big
that
old
she,
house,
yeah, well,
and it's white brick.
it's huge.
It's a big
And,
house, but I
mm-hmm,
wouldn't really consider it a mansion. But it's right. It's on the left, and right after you pass it, that 3,500 properties right on the right. And I noticed that all up and down through there on the right, where that property is, there was piles and piles of dirt dug up, like the same. They look like identical piles, like a dozer had done it. You know what I'm saying?
right. Yeah, like they're
It
going
didn't
to
look like somebody was out there digging up dirt in the yard with a shovel. It looked like actual pile, like probably
heavy
6
equipment.
feet tall, 5 feet tall piles.
Right, heavy equipment.
Yes,
I
and they were all lined up together.
did that dirt ever get removed?
I hadn't been back by there.
I heard that I heard they brought dump trucks in and
and
took
they
that
took
dirt out
four
of there
dump
to
trucks
sift it.
out,
I hadn't been back by there
is
since
what
then.
I heard.
You heard what?
4 dump trucks of dirt was taken out.
Well, I
That's
heard that too, but when I heard that before I drove by the second time and saw the dirt piles. So I don't know if they were coming back to get them. I don't know what the deal was with it.
yeah, they're supposed to be sifting through it for something. I
I'll
don't know
drive
what.
I'll drive by there one day this week and I'll try to take pictures if I can.
And
Where's that second graffiti tunnel there?
Sensible
That
tunnel.
Well, there's one, and it's got now the one that's got summer on the inside of it to your right, about the middle ways down, and Josie on the outside to your left, and then Jesus above his name.
I don't know,
Um,
but I know they used to go to that Sensible tunnel. It's in Kingsport in Churchill
yeah,
in
and
that area,
I
Mount
said
Carmel.
somebody, I think it was Donna Serafina, said there was a second tunnel like
Oh,
that.
I don't know.
and
I don't know about a second one.
Fred was talking about a second tunnel and um that carousel horse. Candace and
well,
Don just took a picture
well,
in Kingsport in front of that,
there's a
the
carousel.
Christmas thing.
There's a carousel at the Powell's. It's in front of Food City, downtown Kingsport, and it's a big round brick building they built, and there's a carousel inside of it that's beautiful.
Show them pictures, PG, of them big balls outside of it.
I took that picture down.
Oh. Is there 3 big balls out in front of it that you're talking about?
No, that is
In front of what?
that is Summit, the Summit property. It's a housing place. You know, a company that, like a, I guess, realtor type
Oh, I don't know.
plan there.
But I mean, if you know basically where this stuff is, I can go look at it.
The ones on Broad Street, where they got the horse and the
Oh, I know where
giant,
that's at. Yeah, I know where
yeah,
that is.
and the
Yeah.
giant bulbs is right there
Yes.
on Broad Street.
Yeah,
Across,
it's downtown.
from Summit over there.
Yeah, I know where that's at.
Yeah.
And Jinkies just put a tree up for the missing children.
Right. At the mall in Fort Henry Mall. At Be Real 6769. Donna Serafina, yes, she has said some things in cases that have been true. And you say, how do you explain that? I don't believe in psychics.
I don't, you know, I don't know.
God is the only one that knows the future.
I don't know. I don't know. You know, the Bible tells us, Bible warns us about these type of people. You
I don't
know,
mess
about
around with that stuff.
sorcerers and witches, and so, you know, if the Bible warns you about it, and you know, and not only that, but you got to remember, you know, Saul getting a hold of that witch and you know, raising the man out of the grave. He says, why are you disturbing my rest? So this kind of people exist.
Right.
But the Bible tells you that you better not be affiliated with them. It tells you to stay away from them. You know, don't have nothing to do with it. And you know, I just don't want nothing to do with them.
Well,
I don't want nothing to do with woo-wooers.
I don't either. But I will tell you that Donna Serafina probably found out all that information about Kingsport. All you got to do is go online.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, she could have just went online and researched it all.
Just
You know,
think about it. If she was so good or whatever,
she would know where Summer was.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. We wouldn't have to
the good
be
Lord.
here 4.5 years
I'd
later.
rather, you know, don't get me wrong. You know, if she's got that kind of, you know, insight, I'm sure that, you know, she would have hit the lottery as well.
She
I
don't
think
have
hit the lottery.
she's just being, you know, trying to make money. That's all it is.
Exactly.
She's, you know, all you gotta do is go on Google and Google Kingsport, Tennessee activities and things to do, and it tells you all
Well,
that
you
stuff.
know, they have, you know, they have a script. They have a script that, you know, they follow. Like, if I told you, you know, that I've seen a lot of worry and stress in your life, and you know, some things
It's
weighing on
it's
you,
common
and
stuff.
you know, you would be like, yeah, you know, and I could tell you, you know, that I see, you know, it seems like I see an younger person.
I mean, that could go with anybody.
Exactly, because see, you're going to immediately think of like a missing child's been on your mind. You're going to think of, you know, maybe one of your own children been on your grandkid on your mind, a great grandkid on your mind. You know, you might think about a neighbor kid that's been on your mind. I mean, you know, you always have old people on your mind. You always have young people on your mind. I mean,
I think those psychics they come up with common stuff that could relate to anybody.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I
And you
don't
know,
believe in them card
and
readers either.
they also, before, you know, before they do any reading or anything, they want to talk, and you know, you tell them a little bit about yourself, and it seems like what you told them is what they stick to, what they go with. and all of this stuff. I'm going to tell you, I stay away from people like that. No, hell no, stay away from me. Just leave me be. I'm a child of God, baby. I don't do, I don't
Yeah.
get into that shit.
No,
If I,
me either.
It's
if
like
I want to
card
know what's
reading.
up, I'll open the Bible. If
Now
I
I
have,
have listened to her before just because I want to see what she had to say.
yeah,
But
like
I've never interacted with anybody except for you on here.
like with I didn't really ever listen to this woman except when you know um really I think the most I've ever listened to her was in that third episode with Fred.
That's when I listened.
Yeah, that's probably the most I've ever
Oh, the
And
second
all
one,
that stuff she was saying about these barns and stuff. There's barns everywhere here.
but here's the funny thing, here's the weird thing is she's all over the place with it. She's all over the place with it. Like, she's talking about people wearing masks and she said it was two men in this house, this big house. Two men, and they were scaring Summer up. And she had just said something um really freaking ugly about Summer that I didn't like. I mean, it was like, what?
It was just out there.
Yeah, did you hear it?
Yeah, I can't remember what she
I'm
yes,
gonna
said, but
I
tell
heard
just
you,
that.
just stuff that was just way out there, and stuff you would hear about like at a carnival or something.
well, anyway,
When you got somebody that they're talking to that will email law enforcement and say, "My husband is a witness." The only
no,
way
she
you can
said
be a
she was
witness.
she was saying that Summer got dismembered and
Uh-huh.
there was part over here and part over there
Yeah.
and that's what I heard, and I'm like, what the fuck?
I
That's
mean,
why I
that could
said
have
she better
happened,
take the.
but I think if it did, it was from her parents,
Oh wow.
in my opinion.
You know what? I suspected Jody Sue had a foot. I mean, as crazy as it sounds, I thought, early on, I was like, because right in the areas where she was busted. Like where one of the footprints was actually Don Wells' stepdad's sister's property out back of her property, more on the other guy's line than property line than hers. But they busted Jody Sue out there just before they found that footprint. They busted Jody Sue out there running around. And when they caught her, they asked her what she's doing on their property way out there, where, on that line between, the two properties. And they asked her what she's doing. And um, she said she's looking for clinking metal. That she heard clinking metal and all this weird stuff, and they asked her to leave. And they told her
I
they will call law, and she kept trying to stay until they told her we're calling law enforcement. We're getting police. And they said she took off, man, like you wouldn't believe. She ran off.
Well,
To
everybody
be
moved
honest,
out of
also,
there.
And I kind of thought that she may have had a foot in her pocket. You know what I'm
I
saying?
I don't think that's the case. I
I
think,
don't know.
in my opinion, I think those kids were all over that holler.
I think they were riding dirt bikes.
I think they were
But
all over that holler.
on
I
the
think
14th, the night before, the very night before,
they said Summer chased the boys on the dirt bikes.
well,
yeah,
they
because
also
she
rode
didn't
her.
have a freaking phone.
They also rode Summer on the back of the dirt bike too.
Right.
Yeah,
And
because she never owned a bike of her own.
I
and
Because
know.
Don said she couldn't ride a
and
bike.
when the boy went to turn the bike, you know how you go to turn the bike and the one foot hits the ground,
Right.
and that could be how the print
Right.
got there. They could have been riding those dirt bikes, and when he went to turn, the foot went to the ground. And that's the most logical explanation. And they was down there on the evening of the 14th. Andy and Jody Sue and Don and Candace Grandis and Jody Sue's two kids, all of the Wells kids, they were all down on the road on the bottom of the property, and it was all down there just like, partying up, whooping it up, talking it up, all, just really
Right.
carrying on. And then when it got dark, Jody Sue's boy hit the girl up to the house, and Grandis took the kids up to the Wells house, and they went looking for Jackie Dobbs.
I
Now,
remember
why
that.
did they go looking for Jackie Dobbs?
See, I was always kind of a little suspicious of him at first
Yeah, I wasn't. I
for
wasn't.
some reason. I just thought it was weird that he was there at that time and then he was gone.
He went.
Yeah, he
Well,
bought the
no,
land.
he bought land there.
I
He
He
had
know,
bought
bought,
land there
and he couldn't.
but he just left and left it.
No, he tried not to
because
leave.
they threatened him.
Yeah, Jody Sue got the law enforcement up there, and law enforcement
Oh yeah.
made him leave.
Oh, well, that's weird.
Oh
If he
yeah.
owns it,
They were
I don't
threatening him
know.
every night, and
Yeah, he had a deed. He had a deed to his
Yeah.
land, and they wouldn't let him. Jody Sue wouldn't. They wouldn't let him on it. They were up there moving the. See, that land had been surveyed, and her and her son was up there moving the survey lines and
Right.
everything else. And they called law enforcement out, and law enforcement told him that he had to leave, that he's going to have to get a hold of the realtor that's holding that land, and see what's going on, and get things straightened out before he's going to be able to take any possession of anything. And he's got a deed right there saying he already owns it, but they ran him off.
Huh. That's
And
weird.
then went looking for. They suggested hotels for him, and then went looking at those hotels.
I know. It's
If
like,
they
what were
could
they going to
find
do
him.
with him, you know?
I felt that they was going to plant something. I think that Don didn't overly like blaming it on Dudley, and I think that they saw a new victim that they could plant something on and put in prison, an innocent human being in prison. That's
an
what I
old
believe.
guy.
Yeah. I just, I think as far as Jody, Sue, and Andy, I've just known them from listening to the YouTube. But I will tell you this. I was at McDonald's in Kingsport one day, and this was right after they talked about the red truck
Mm-hmm.
that law enforcement did and said if you see it, take a picture of the tag and send it to TBI.
Right.
I was sitting in the drive-through one morning. It was a Sunday morning in Kingsport McDonald's, and that red truck was in front of me. There was a red Toyota Tacoma or a maroon red older model in front of me, and it had stuff in the back of it. And I was like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna take a picture of it because it was right in front of me." I took a picture of it, and then when the truck turned to go up to the window, it was Jody Sue. And I was like, oh
Yeah.
my God. And I
Yeah.
took a picture of it and I sent all that to TBI. They said that that was Jody Sue's mom's truck.
Yeah, that was her
Yes.
mom's truck.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was
Everybody
her
owns a
family.
red truck up there.
Yeah. That was her fan. And they also remember Candace when she was on Dr. Phil, she said a blue van.
I
When
remember hearing that.
Jody Sue's family owns a blue van too.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Don
I don't,
Don was trying to get
but
her. Don was trying to coach her into saying it was like, you know, a big, like an Escalade or something, a big vehicle. And
right.
and she's like, no, a big blue van. And he just the dumbest look on his face, right? He's
I
like,
remember that.
what
That
the fuck?
video.
It was crazy.
But her mom does have a truck just like that. Just
And a
like
blue
it.
And
van.
Dudley
Dudley's got the yellow
Yeah.
owns a truck like
Tacoma.
Jody Sue.
She went
Not
and got it. She
Tacoma,
went and
but
got it. Jody Sue got a vehicle that looks just like Dudley's.
yeah, I know. I
Yeah,
know. I've been by her house too. I know where
except
she
the
lives
muffler,
too.
Yeah, that's actually
the
her
bumpers
parents.
are different.
Yeah, it's her mom and dad's house.
And
But
she's
she's got that
right
same
out front.
vehicle.
Yeah, she's out there in that big RV.
Yeah, she's got
Yeah,
that
and that
same
double
vehicle parked in
outhouse.
her driveway that Dudley
hmm
drove. Same
The
kind of
Yeah,
double
car.
outhouse.
ain't it weird that she would do that?
It is weird.
And then I found it kind of weird that Robin's husband at the church got a little red truck,
That was
exactly like
Robin's
his.
daddy's truck that
Yeah,
passed
Robin's
away.
daddy's truck.
Robin's daddy passed away and they got that truck. I
I
know
Yeah.
thought
that
they,
for
I
a
thought they bought it from
fact.
I thought a young boy's dad had passed away,
No, it
Uh-uh.
was
and they
Robin's
got it,
dad.
It
and
was
he
Robin's
inherited
dad.
it and
Yep.
sold it
It was Robin's
because
daddy.
they were chasing some young boy around.
I don't know, but it was Robin's daddy. He passed away and they bought the truck.
Hmm. Put a one in the chat if you guys heard that the red truck Robin bought came from a young boy who inherited from his family and sold it to them, and then a bunch of creators and people were attacking that young boy. That's what I heard.
I mean, those trucks are everywhere.
Yeah.
They're everywhere. I bet you I took 6 or 7 pictures and sent them to TBI of trucks all over the place. Jonesboro, everywhere. But I thought it was
Don't
awful
even.
odd when I saw Jody Sue driving that truck. I was like, oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
that's what I heard. I know what
Yeah.
I heard.
Yeah.
I remember the young boy. I believe he had come out and asked people to leave him alone. That
I mean,
that
it may have been another red truck, but I do know
yeah.
that Robin's daddy passed away and they bought that red truck off her mom.
And Don
I,
drove a red truck because Tucker's own a red.
Tucker's did, yeah.
Now
But it
your
wasn't like
daughter
that
knows
though.
Robin, right? Your
I know
daughter,
Robin.
you know Robin.
I know what
Could,
Robin personally,
could
yes.
you clarify that with her? Could you clarify that
I
that
already
was?
have.
Oh, and she said
That's
that it
why I say
was
that. I'm not telling you anything that I don't know for a fact,
okay.
unless I say in my opinion.
So where the hell did the story come from with the young boy? Who was the young boy that was
It
wanting
could
I
to
have
have been
no
go?
idea.
another.
I've
It
always
could have been
heard
another
Robin.
person with a red truck like that. But the Tuckers don't have a red Toyota Tacoma truck like that.
No,
No, it
they
wasn't
just
the
have a
Tuckers.
red truck.
No, I
It
was
was
just
the
saying the Tuckers don't have one like that. I think it's a Chevy or something like that, a Dodge or something.
Yeah.
huh.
It's a
Because
bigger
wasn't Don
truck.
in it with the boys one day when it was raining?
I don't
'Cause
know.
Don was driving a red truck,
You
but
sure
it
get a
wasn't a
lot of
Tacoma.
bullshit out here, don't you?
Who?
You get a lot of bullshit out here, a bunch of lies, because I know they said that truck that Robin and her husband bought, that little one, looked just like the one seen on Ben Hill Road that everybody's looking for. I know they said that was inherited by a young boy who sold it to Robin and them, and people were
Honey,
attacking him.
Prayer Garden, I
Where
promise you,
the
she
hell
told
would
me
that
that.
come from?
We
Where did,
talked about it. She told me that. Me and Robin have talked many times. Many
yeah.
times. She taught at my grandkids'
I'm
school
just wondering how that story got started.
because people just,
Because somebody didn't know their a hole from a hole in the ground, you know,
yeah,
if
I don't
that's the
know.
truth, you
I don't.
know.
I don't know that the Robin and them didn't get that truck until after Summer went missing.
Yeah, that's what they're
If
writing
it
in
was
the chat.
if it was his dad's truck, why would he have to buy it? Why didn't he just inherit it?
It wasn't his dad's truck. It was Robin's daddy's
It's
truck.
Robin's
And they
dad.
bought it off of her mama. I guess maybe she needed the money. I don't know.
Oh,
Or
okay.
maybe
Oh,
they just sold it for real cheap or, I don't know. But I
right,
do know that. She told me that herself. I know Robin.
right.
There's a girl in the chat saying the young guy's name was Ethan.
Well, maybe he had a red truck too.
Yeah,
Was
maybe he had
was
one.
your daughter went to church with Robin, right?
Yes, yes. And I know Robin because my grandkids went to the Christian school.
Did you ever go to that church?
Yeah. When they would have like a play or something,
Right,
and my grandchild would be in it, I would go so I could
right,
watch the program,
right.
But
And all the people there seem to be real nice.
yeah, they're nice. They're just as nice as anybody else. But there can be weird people in church too.
Them letting Summer
Yeah.
run around the
Donnie
church
Candace
was
was there,
real
right?
odd.
Now, huh?
Don and
Them
Candace was
letting
there in the
Summer
church,
run
so
around the
yes,
church was
absolutely.
odd.
Yeah. Now, when I went to see my grandson in the plays and stuff, this was after Summer went missing. I didn't meet Dawn and Candace till after Summer went missing. Now, my daughter and her ex husband used to go to church there, and they have seen the kids at church with Dawn and Candace before she went missing, when they would all go. But I never went when they were all there. When I went, it was after Dawn and Candace, or after Summer went missing, and I saw Dawn and Candace at the church. I even asked them to sit with us at the dinner afterwards one time because they walked in to sit down, and they were like all the tables were full, but we had like two or three seats near us. And they walked in and had their food, and they were just standing there like looking around to see where to sit, and it's like they were on spot or something. And I said, y'all can sit right here if you want to. And they acted real nervous.
So you know
Like,
Don and Candace as well, Angel Eyes. You know Don and Candace also. You asked Candace why she was in your area, and they said they had a job in your areas. Why they were driving around there.
She
You
said
don't know
not
them
personally.
personally.
I don't know them personally. I just know of them, and I've met them, and I've talked to them, and I've been around them about 3 or 4 times, like I said.
I was talking to Angel Eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she
Oh,
said not
she said,
personally.
Gina, they came up by my house in the
Oh,
summer, and an old blue and white truck, Don was
Oh, okay.
driving, and Candace was with him. I called Ellie and asked, can why were I can't read the other part.
she had a
And
job. I see that now.
what area did you see him in, Angel Eyes? Was it like Van Hill Road? What area did you see him in? When you called Ali, what area were they in with the white and blue truck?
PG, I do know they have all kinds of old cars and stuff and trucks up on their property that's
Yeah,
just junk.
yeah, and some of them run, a lot of them don't.
It looks like a
Um,
junkyard, like where you'd go and there's just
right,
all kinds of stuff everywhere. That's how it is.
and I found it suspicious that Don had just gave Fred Hill an old vehicle to scrap off of his land, and Don also made a comment to me that Fred would do anything for a couple of
She said
dollars.
she lives in Virginia, PG, across Tennessee line.
Oh, so they were in Virginia.
Well, see,
Oh,
Virginia and Tennessee, like, connect are right there at each other. The line
Yeah,
is just right there.
and
So,
that's where she said.
yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Well,
they
they
could be
were
doing
going
anything.
back and forth to Virginia for a job.
um, well, Virginia's still a pretty good haul from Ben Hill Road. It's some pretty good gas money. I
Not
mean,
too bad. It's not too far.
they act like they don't have, gas money most of the time.
Gate City, Virginia is just like 30 minutes from Kingsport.
Okay, if he worked in Jonesboro, I'm just asking a question. If he worked in Jonesboro and it was a 40-minute drive from his house to there, how'd he get home in 20 minutes?
It depends on where he was at in Jonesboro. If he was at that subdivision working where the Bible verses were written, that is near my dad's house, and it would only take him 30 minutes. He could probably get home in 25 minutes if he was flying. It
Well,
just
he said
depends
he
on
was
where he was
flying.
at in
It was the day
Jonesboro.
Summer. It was the
I
day Summer
I
went
don't
missing.
I don't think, you know, I mean, going out of, it's going to take, it takes about 45 minutes to get into Kingsport from where Don and Candace lives.
No, it don't take that long. My daughter lives in Kingsport, and I
If
live in
you're
Jonesboro. So,
if you're driving the speed limit, I mean, if you're not really going, if you're not flying, yes, but
well, you go like you're going Highway 93, like you're going to Fall Branch, and you take a right at the end, right before you go up the bluff on Horton Highway, and you go in that way, and it's goes in the back way. And you can go to Van Hill Road that way also. It's off of Horton Highway in Bailington.
I don't know highways. I don't drive, so
It's a back road.
I just seen earlier in a live that someone said, "How'd he get home?" And if it takes 40 minutes from where he was working at, how'd he get home in 20 minutes?
Well, like I said, it just depends on where he was working at that day in Jonesboro. If you're on the other side of Jonesboro, yeah, it's going to take you more time. But if you're on that end of Jonesboro, like headed towards Sulphur Springs and then Fall Branch, then you're real close. I would say 30 minutes he could make it home if he was booking it on that back road.
But he didn't go up the drive when he went home anyway.
Yeah, I thought that was weird.
He didn't go up. He went around to that other place,
There's a building like a shack
like a garage,
on the
like a
bottom
broken down garage or whatever.
like a broke it's just like a shack really,
Yeah,
and it's on the bottom property before it's their house is up behind it on the hill.
yeah. And he
It's
said
flat down there where that's at.
when he was going down through there driving, he said we, and then when he pulled in, he said I. So he went from we to I, and then he said something about a neighbor, and I guess the neighbor, he seen the neighbor and the boys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was weird. Because if it would have been me, I would have went straight to the house to see
Exactly.
what was going on.
And then he said once I seen the neighbor, I knew exactly summer was gone.
Yeah, I do know that property over there on Van Hill Road, there's like a junkyard over there too. Listen, you all, I'm not saying for sure that the only thing I know for sure is what Robin's told me when we've talked that I know is a fact.
Does
And if
Robin
it's not, I'm gonna try to remember to say in my opinion. But everything I've told you all, I know is
does Robin have does Robin think that Summer or that Don and Candace had something to do with it, or
she says
do
she
you get
wants to
that
believe
vibe?
that she wants to believe they don't. Now I've not talked to her in a couple of years just because I moved and I lost my phone and I've lost all my other contacts. But I'm friends with her on Facebook. But
Oh, I'm just asking.
well,
she
Chris, Robin had talked to Chris McDonough, And, you know, just one on one, Chris said she had told him that, you know, she believed that yes, Donnie and Candace was, you know, involved.
She wouldn't come out
My
and say anything to
understanding.
me, but I kind of got that impression that that's how she felt. But she wanted to think they didn't, just, like everybody wants to think that they didn't hurt their child.
I wanted to believe they didn't.
Right. I
You
think that's how she
know,
felt too.
I wanted to believe that, but it didn't take me 5 damn minutes to
Yeah, it
understand
didn't take me
that
long
I was
either.
so wrong, that I was so fucking wrong. I mean, I couldn't have been more off target, you know.
Too
I
many
couldn't have been
lies.
more off target than I was.
They've
Yeah,
lied so many times.
yeah. I just pray
You
that
know,
we get some answers for Summer and she can be laid to rest and at peace, and which
amen.
I know she's at peace wherever she's at anyway,
You know
but
the one
you know
thing,
what I mean.
yes.
Exactly.
The one thing that bothers me the most in all of this is how sinister these Don and Candace is. What bothers me is how all of these people who, like Cotton Simpson, who, wanted wanted to tell something, said, hey, if anything happens to me, I want you to know what he saw at Fred's. Um, and you have Dee Dee, who right before what happened to her
I
was
know.
telling
It's
her friends that, Candace was acting really fucking weird and she really didn't want her, she wished she would leave, and, she regretted
that
having her
that
around.
that's
Um,
horrible, that situation.
And that
and
that rummage that she was having, and she was focusing the camera on the hammer in the yard. That was
and
freaky.
and I don't like um and I don't like the way that, this group of people, these suspects around in Summer's case, is all out here lying, playing games, misleading people, um, all of them lying their asses off and profiting off of this little girl disappearance when none of them, they all seem to be hollow and evil as fuck and not care about Summer at all. They just care about their own asses and their own self gain, and um, and they just all seem to be evil as hell, you know. And it's
They do, like all of them do.
exactly.
They're all into something really bad.
It just feels like that these mother freakers are all tied up in some type of, some type of
Yeah,
real sinisterness.
real
That
bad stuff.
right,
They're
Really
not
bad.
even.
I
Some of them's
I
not
have
even boots on the ground for
I
Summer.
have met up with this type of sinisterness before, and I've seen it before, and I'm telling you, when I seen it before, it was an occult. It was a fucking bunch of, a bunch of witches,
Hoodlums.
bunch of devil worshippers,
Yeah.
and they have the same mo. They do play the same games, the same cowardly motherfucking bullshit, everything about this group of people surrounding this little girl is the same
Good
bullshit.
night,
And,
Phoebe.
thick faced evil motherfuckers that um don't seem to fear anything, you know, don't seem to fear anything. They just, they think the reason they do this stuff is because they feel they can. They feel, and they're thick faced. These are the type of people, that feel they'll come right up to your doors, and do evil shit. They'll,
Oh
they
yeah.
behind, what I'm saying is you won't see them, but
I
they'll be
know they'll
looking
probably
through
come
your
after me
foot,
now.
you know,
They'll,
and
Be careful, Jenny.
I know, right?
it's just what they do,
Just don't
and
say where you're going online.
Oh, I don't. I
they
don't.
feel
And I've got all them blocked anyway, so.
they like the power, and they like the feeling of not not that they're they like to feel like they're unstoppable, and
Yeah.
at some point somebody's got to stop it.
I
At some
think that,
point somebody's got to start stopping it.
right. I think that everybody up in that holler, not everybody, but most of everybody, from what I've heard on YouTube all these 4 years, they're all into sinister stuff.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
going to tell you what they fear. I tell you what they fear. They fear law enforcement. They fear um they do have fear, you know, that they can, put it this way. They could be taken out just like they take people out. They know that. They're scared. The reason they do the cowardly way is because they're scared to be done how they're doing other people. But
Right.
they
Well,
can be
what?
done, but they can be done like that just as easy as they're doing it. They can be done
Right.
just like that too.
I
If you
think they
want
all have something on each other.
to, I always know that if a person really wants to do something, they can get it done. And these
Hmm.
people can be done exactly the way they're doing, and they fear that. They fear
Well,
retaliation, and they fear camera systems. They fear cameras. You got cameras everywhere. They fear that
hmm.
because they know that camera system could put them in prison. They like to do cowardly things. They like to come around and do cowardly things where they feel they ain't going to be seen,
What are they doing now?
or
I mean, what's going on
identified.
with them right now?
Don right now is hiding that ass. Candace is supposedly, from what I'm hearing, she's driving Dee Dee's car, and she went back to Fred.
Does this guy like her like that? I mean,
I
why
think he
would?
does. I think he's an old man. He's not that great looking. He's an
Well,
old
he
man,
better watch out. They might
you
go after
know, and
him.
I don't think Candace. I don't think Candace would go after him because he has a lot of stuff that she can't get. But
Well,
I
she
think
gets
she'll
it
go.
all in his name.
But I think she'll go after Don Wells. I think she would go after Don and want to
Why is
own
she so
everything
mad at
Don
him
has.
right now?
I don't think she's mad at him. I think she's just got a better
Oh,
prospect. I think she's got a
oh, I
better
thought.
prospect. Somebody she thinks she can. She thinks she can have a better life with Dee Dee's old man than she could with Dirty Don.
Well, why she
And
keep going back and forth? I wonder.
I believe that she's wanting to get access. I think she's wanting to get access to Don and possibly do him like she did Dee Dee,
I would be
in my
terrified.
opinion. I mean, if Don came up on a live, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd say, he's old, probably natural causes.
I heard that he was only in his fifties.
They should just
He's
bury him up
60. He's
and leave it
63.
alone.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
I would. I would say just put him in the ground. I mean, if they're not going to investigate Dee Dee's case or Cotton's case or half of these other people's cases, why the fuck investigate Don Wells, right?
I
Why
don't know.
investigate his case?
I feel like half of the law enforcement's corrupt. Not TBI, not FBI, but Hawkins County. Um,
Yeah,
I
I
feel
heard they
like,
were too, but I heard that
yeah,
from.
I've heard that from several people that used to work there.
I'm going to tell you, if that Fred guy was ever stupid enough to marry Candace, I think he'd end up I think he'd end up gone too. I mean, that's my opinion. I think that what happened at that swimming hole has caused a couple people to become unalivers. That's
Remember, it
that's
caught
my
fire too.
opinion.
It caught
I
fire.
think they, you know, I think they get off on doing this now. And, you know, and they're not afraid to do it no more after they did it the first time. And
Well,
it created a monsters. It created monsters.
the second time I went up there, my friend told me, she's like, Ginger, which Ginger's my name instead of Jenny, but she's like, Ginger, you shouldn't go up there like that. And I said, well, my brother went with me, and she's like, they could have somebody could have come up behind you and knocked you over the head, and you wouldn't have been seen again.
Right?
And after they said that to me, I thought, I'm not going back up there.
Right?
Because, I mean, they said nobody had ever known where you went or where you were at.
Exactly. That's why I
Right?
wouldn't. That's why I tell everybody I don't drink the water in Tennessee.
Yeah. It's
Right, Pam?
yeah, I believe that that Hunter knows too what happened.
Oh, absolutely.
I do believe that
Absolutely.
too.
Well, his dad said he knew 3 days after Summer went missing what happened, and he'll take it to his grave with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then there you go.
You know,
Yeah.
they want to, you know, I think Allison was put in a bad, you know, position. And, you know, she's basically put in a position of telling and you know, I think this is how she looked at it. Why should my son go to prison the rest of his life because, you know, because this dumb bitch talked him into doing some sinister stuff. Hit her and that, you know, her and that old lady talked
Right.
him into doing something very evil. Why should he spend the rest of his life? He's only 15. Why should he spend the rest of his life in prison for, you know, for their sinisterness?
But if he
And
did it, he's guilty, you know?
well, if you know, yes, you know, in my opinion, he is guilty as hell. But I understand Allison too. I understand Allison. I got three
Oh, I
sons
do
of my
too. If
own,
that was my child, I would want to protect
you
him.
know,
But you know
and
what? If
and
I
I, you
knew
know,
if I knew something about a missing child's case, I would take my chances. Like if I was those people in Beach Creek or Hunter or whatever, and I knew something for sure, I would go tell the police, and I would risk my life for that
you know,
to try
I
to
don't
get
know.
justice for her.
I don't, you know, it ain't going to bring her back. And I, you know, I'm a mother. Like I said, I've got three sons. And I like to, you know, I love to say, hey, yeah, I'm going to tell and I'm going to try to get, you know, try to get them not to go so hard on my son because
Right.
this woman had, you know, this woman, you know, bewitched him and all of this evil stuff. But, you know, something, I also know how law enforcement is. I also know how, you know, they have no mercy on nobody. I know how prison is. Being your son, you know,
No,
um,
I understand that
it's
that
hard to
frame
say.
of
It's hard to
mind.
say what you would do, you know.
Right.
I don't want to act like, you know, I'm holier than thou and I would do anything different.
Lovely
Um,
London, I agree.
than what this woman done. But, you know, I don't have sons like Hunter either. I have, you know, God fearing, upstanding, law abiding sons who,
Right.
you know, who want to, you know, is looking to be able to take care of themselves before they go out there and try to get a woman and a child
Well,
that
that's
they
what good
have to
parents
take care of.
do.
I, you know, I have kids that love, you know, they love education and they love helping other people
That's
and
because you've raised them right.
exactly, you know, and I
Then
like
you gotta look at Candace and how she grew up. She never had a role model. Dawn probably never had a role model. I'm not making excuses for them, but
you know,
I'm just saying,
if you don't let God, if you do not let God, you know, I like to take the credit for my kids being so wonderful, but I know it's God. I know that God
It is
is the
God, but it's
reason.
good teaching of
And,
you too.
you know, and you got to let God, sometimes you just got to let God, you know, in your life. You got to let God, you know, take care of things sometimes. And, you know, you got to just ask Him, you know, to come into your kids' lives to be, you know, to watch over them,
Right.
you know, because
Protect them.
you can't do it all the time. You can't do it all the time.
No.
And, you know, and you got to let God, you know, intervene as well. And I'm going to tell you, my kids are amazing. They're amazing.
Well, that's
But,
awesome.
um, and I couldn't ever see them doing something like that, you
We
know,
never
now,
know what our kids are going to do, though.
but, you know, if my child was like Hunter and he was already getting in a lot of trouble and he done something like this, and then I suspected him of possibly unaliving, you know, another woman, a lady that threatened me, you know, said she's going to go to law enforcement if I didn't, and threatened me
Right.
up and stuff. And she ends up, you know, and he knows it, and she ends up, you know, like with a serious head injury and a coma, and she passes away.
Yeah.
And he, you know, and he comes back to my house, and he's robbing me for my, you know, for my rent monies and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
getting tattoos. I think I'm going to go straight to law enforcement. I think I'm
I
going
would.
to, you know, I'm going to let everything out, because I feel that if this kid is this dangerous, you know, who's going to be next? I mean, he ain't going
Mm-hmm.
to stop. He ain't going to stop. And the only one that can stop him is law enforcement. I believe if Allison would have went to law enforcement after what happened to Leslie, I believe she'd still be alive. I think she'd still be here. That's my
It's,
opinion.
yeah, I think it's very odd that Leslie and Allie both passed away right like that.
Exactly
That's
the
very
same way.
strange. It's almost like they knew something.
The same head injuries, the same coma, the same death.
And the same person around them.
And not only that, but they, you know, with Allison, they donated all of her organs and stuff. That's just, you know, if that would have been my mother, it would have been hell no.
Well, she had to be an organ donor for them to do that.
It would have been no way. I just
Well, if
couldn't.
she's an organ donor, they have no say so. I'm an organ donor. It's on my driver's license.
Whoa,
Yeah.
not me, not
Yeah,
me.
that according to Andrew.
A lot of people who are donors like that don't understand that it's no resuscitation for you, even if they would, even if they could.
You can choose what you want. I have a living will and you can choose what you do and don't want as far as life saving goes. Like if I die and my heart stops beating, I don't want to be put on a breathing machine.
So you've got no resuscitation,
No
Right.
resuscitation.
Right.
and
But it,
you do know you still have to have life in you for them to when they remove everything.
I know that's what my daughter does. She works in that, so I know. She works in organ donation.
And you do know that a lot of times the doctor says we're not going to use anything, any type of, you know, sodium pen in nothing, when they take those organs, because it's a waste. It's a waste of medicine. It's a waste of money, because the person
Well, I
anyway.
look at if somebody can use something that I have, then I want to do that because I'm not going to know any difference. My soul is going to be gone to heaven, you know?
Right? And the Bible plainly says what you lose on earth, what you lose on earth, you lose in heaven. What you gain
And
on
now
earth, you gain in heaven.
Right.
Hunter is supposed to
You
be
know,
a
I'm
dad
not
of his
so.
own now.
You know, I'm just not going to donate. anything. What I'm saying is, I don't want somebody I don't want to feel that kind of pain, and I don't want none of my loved ones to feel that kind of pain before, before they're
My
completely deceased. I don't
right.
want
My daughter said it's a very rewarding job when you save somebody, but it's also sad for the other person, like the
right,
family. You
right.
know.
There's an old man when I went. I was at to get my license, and this old man just showed up behind me. I don't even know why. And they were asking the people in front of us, about the organ donation and if you want to be a organ donor. And this old man told me to say no. He said, they're going to ask you that and say no. And I looked at him, and I would like you. I thought, wow, this is a great, this is a great idea. But when I found out, how it all operates, I was like, hell no.
Yeah.
And
Well, I just look at it. I'm not gonna know any different. I'm gonna
and
die.
then
So
I had a really good friend was a donor like that, and to my understandings, and his family did a thorough, like his family really loved him. They were good people. They did a thorough investigation on, if he could be saved or not. And I guess he could have, but because he was a donor, they do not
well,
resuscitate, and by the time the family got to the hospital, they was already, taking what they want.
it it has to happen within an hour after
And
they die.
the family was just, freaking distraught. And, you know, I mean, those organs are worth a lot of money to
I mean,
those doctors.
it's it's just whatever your preference is. I just feel like if it could save somebody's life or help somebody, then
I just don't think they'll work on you as hard. I don't think they'll work on you as hard to save
knowing
you
that,
if they're going to get if they're going to if
get
they're
a
going
kidney
to
or something.
a lot. I mean, they ain't getting a kidney, honey. They're getting a kidney. They're getting a liver. They're getting a heart.
Whatever,
They're
yeah,
getting, you
whatever's
know,
needed.
they're stripping your veins.
Yeah, they take your eyeballs out.
Yeah, they're like, when you're done, when they're done, I mean, it's like, it's, it's a chop shop, man. It's like pulling, it's like somebody's taking a car to a chop shop
I'm gonna be
when,
cremated anyway, so
when it's all
I've
said
got
and
it all
done.
planned out already.
I got my sister's ashes
Sometimes they
here.
can take your skin.
Yeah,
There might not be nothing to cremate. These
yeah.
people, man, I tell you what,
They take whatever they can use, but see, you
they
have
can
to
use it
be
all.
there has to be a recipient taking that organ within an hour after you die, or it's too late.
Do you know how long that list is?
Oh, it's long.
You know
I
how
don't know how long, but I would assume it's long.
I tell you how long it is. Um, they actually tell illegals that, and this supposedly is a true story. Um, they tell illegals that if if somebody in their family's a match for somebody, they got a private list, and you pay behind, you pay under the table. You go to a warehouse is where they do it. The doctor's there, but if there's an illegal who's a match for somebody on the list, that they'll promise them, the whole family, um, citizenship, and they'll help them. They'll set them up here, and make sure everything, and help them do everything needs to
Yeah,
be done for them to get the citizenship and stuff.
yeah. Well,
Well,
you
what
can
happened?
actually choose. You can actually, if you're an organ donor, you can actually go down through there and choose what you want to donate and what you
That
don't want to
that
donate.
list is so long for all kinds of parts. It's so big and it's so long that everything's getting took. Everything's getting took. And this one particular man wanted to save his wife, and this young girl, an illegal. She was a match, and when you go to the warehouse to get this done under the table, they do not care about the giver. They only care about the one receiver.
I
And
don't know. All I know is they're not gonna be doing anything under the table. I can promise you that.
oh no, I'm not talking about you, but I'm saying that's how long the list is.
Oh yeah.
You know, the list is so long that it's not, that a lot of these people don't make it because, they can't, they're way down on the list and too many people in front of them. And sometimes if they're way down on the list and too many people in front, they'll go and, they'll go through the back door. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All
I don't
right, I'm
know.
gonna get off of here, PG and
I am
Tina.
too.
You guys have fun.
Yeah,
I've got to
girl,
go to bed.
I
My
gotta
back's
get out of
about
here
to
as
give
well.
up, so I gotta lay down.
I was already in bed and got up and got on here, so
All
my
right, I
husband
love
probably
you
thinks
all.
I've
God bless
disappeared.
you, PG. And
uh,
no peace, no summer. We need to find her.
uh,
Yes, we do.
Jenny, can you say which hospital your daughter works at? I don't think she
She
should.
she works at a bunch of different hospitals.
She might be. Does she run? Like, does she deliver?
She does.
Yeah,
She
that
does, and she goes wherever she needs to
right.
go in this area.
And yeah, yeah. That and
And she has to,
she's on call 24 hours. If they call
she
her at 3 in
is.
the morning, if they call her at 3 in the morning, she's got to run
She
out.
has to get up and go.
Yes,
And
and
she has to, what she does is she finds, she goes and finds what, like, the organs
right,
that the recipient needs. And once
right.
she finds it, she has to get, once that organ is taken out of the person that passed away, she has to make sure that that organ that was taken out of that person, she has
Gets
to she has to go with that organ to wherever that recipient is, and she has to go in there with the doctors in the operating room and make sure that organ goes in that right patient.
that's right.
That's how serious it is.
That's
She
right.
has to watch it, and she has to take
She's
pictures and
carrying the
everything.
cooler. She's carrying the cooler.
Right.
Gotta make sure it gets there. Absolutely.
And it's very stressful, she says, but very rewarding at the same
Very
time.
scary too.
Yeah.
Because you think
Well,
you look in your rearview mirror, that person might be sitting in the back seat.
oh Lord, wouldn't that be awful?
That would be scary shit, right?
Yeah, it would be.
I don't know.
Well, it was good talking to you guys tonight again,
It was good talking
and
to you too, girl.
I hope y'all have a good night.
I hope you do too, and I hope you come back. I hope you
All
come
right,
back.
honey. I've enjoyed it. Thank you.
And please
I
ask
will.
why he didn't do nothing, or even
Oh,
even if he knows, he might not even know.
he may not. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know, but I will send her a message and ask. But
yeah.
I don't know.
I
I
mean,
don't know if she will respond to it.
right. Well,
But
if he wants to hear it, if he doesn't know and he wants to hear it, tell him you can come up and I'll play it so he can.
okay,
Right
I
out of
will.
Don's mouth.
I will. Yeah, I heard it. I heard it because when I heard that, I thought, I don't believe that.
Oh yeah, I got the
But
video right here, right
oh,
now.
I know. I've heard the video, but
Yeah,
when I heard Dawn say that the first time, I thought, "There's no, I don't believe that." But that's just my opinion.
right,
But
right.
I
But
will. I'll try to go by that Van Hill property and I'll take pictures.
oh, I appreciate that.
I'll try to. I don't want to, stop and be obvious, but there.
Right.
Try to take some pictures of those dirt piles
Okay. Okay.
and that house.
I appreciate that.
All right. Well, you all have a good night. Thanks again for having me
You too,
up.
sweetie. God
All
bless.
right.
Much love.
God bless you, honey. God bless Summer.
Sweet dreams, sweetheart.
You too. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. All right, you guys. PG's going to get out of here. And I'm going to ask you guys to please, please, please keep the prayers going up for beautiful summer moon, Utah Wells. Busy night tonight. Busy night tonight, right? And I'll take her down. I'll take her down. She don't know how to get off of here. So I take her down. There we go. There we go. I hate doing that. I have to do it for Australia too. Australia don't know how to get off the screen. And but you know, I don't like to give people the steel toe boot that we like, right? I don't like to do that. You know, if it was Day Day, with pleasure. Right? If it was Day Day, it would be with pleasure. But I don't like to take people down that we love. But anyway, I appreciate her coming up. She seems to have a lot of insight on Summer's case and everything. I really hope that she talks to Don's boss and, you know, and get some confirmation as to if he knows and why he didn't do nothing. I'd like to know. I'd like to know. And you know, but and I think she can get the answers. I think she can. And she's going to go back by, see if that dirt's still there, which is a big plus. And and it's great. It's great for Summer to have such, kind, caring people in her corner like this. So, it's a big plus for Summer, win-win for Summer. And we need that. We need that, you guys. We really do. So God bless, right? God bless. We've got Guinea, willing to help all she can with Summer's case as well. And that's what we need. That's what we need. But keep the prayers going up for this beautiful little girl in the name of Jesus. Keep them prayers going up, because I know God's answering, right? He's answering. I mean, things moving. Maybe not as fast as we like, right? But God does everything on his time, not ours. And we got to be patient, right? Patience. And, just keep praying. And God keeps bringing more and more. He brings more to the light, right? Those prayers go up. God brings more to the light. I don't think we could handle all the truth at once in Summer's case. I don't think we could. I think it would be, super overwhelming for a lot of people who truly love her, been here, and it might be just too much. So that may be why God's bringing it out, the way he is. And I thank him. I thank him for everything, we can accumulate to help Summer, eventually be found, brought home, and justice served. And I know that, it's all up to God if this case is solved or not. That's all up to him. He might, he might want all the justice, right? He might want all the justice in this case. I don't know. Maybe he wants it all. I don't know. I'm not God. I can't answer for God. I just can pray to him. And I can just keep praying and, and hope for the best, that, that he lets, that he knows how much we want her to be found, how much, we want her to be put to rest somewhere, somewhere where everybody knows where she is, her own place for her to find peace. And for her brothers and all of us to get closure. We need that. We need that, you guys. So, we just got to keep praying. That's the big thing. Keep the prayers going up. Hey, all right. I got super chat. Hey, girl, I appreciate that. Angel from heaven. I appreciate it. That's my little PG. This kid loves you, Mama. Hey, girl, you know I love you too. And it's weird. It's weird seeing that angel from heaven instead of PG's little girl. It's just weird. Because I'm so used, right? I'm so used to seeing PG's little girl, and that this is like a change for me. Um, but anyway, keep those prayers going up for all these missing kids, you guys. All of these missing kids really need, the best, all the help they can get, and the best help we can give them is sending the prayers up from our lips to God's ears through His Son Jesus Christ. That's the best thing we can give them. Because I'm going to tell you, the only one that can really solve stuff on this earth, the only one that's really in control, we think we are, but we're not. God is. And we've got to consult Him. We've got to continue to pray for Him, to Him and ask Him to be, to be loving and kind and caring enough to let the light shine bright on these kids' cases and for them to be solved. So that's the most I could say and do. But PG is going to take. I'm going to be taking a little time off. You guys know that. You guys know that I'm going to be taking some time off. So I'm going to try. I'm going to try my best. If I can, I'm going to try to be back in here. Because she said she's going to go check the place this week and take some pictures and stuff. But I hate, this is not the best time to be taking time off from here. But I try to do what I can. You guys. And, and, but I'm supposed to be taking time off. How well will I do? How well will I do doing it? I don't know. But you guys already know my situation. You know what it is. And yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna miss you guys. I'm gonna miss you guys if I have to take these days off. I'm gonna really miss you guys. So that's what I want to let you know. I'm gonna miss you guys something fierce. Absolutely. Angel from heaven. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I know you guys. I know you're going to be here. I just, I just feel like, I just feel like that like, I feel Summer's case really needs us right now. I really do. I feel that her case really needs us right now. So, like I said, I'll try my best. If I can open up a live, here and there, I would definitely try. Okay. But I'll try. No promises, you guys, but I will try. So anyway, there was something in this case I was wanting to I was wanting to talk about, but it has slipped my mind. Something I was wanting to bring forth. Man, I tell you what, I'm tired of looking at her face. I'm tired of looking at her face for real. It's overwhelming to look at an evil person's face, right? Especially when a innocent 5-year-old little girl is, missing. And oh, I know what it was. When Don was talking to Chris, Don had, said the same exact thing Candace said. And Chris said, what? He said, talking about Dudley, and then he said, when Summer got gone. Chris is like, what? And then he rephrased it to when Summer disappeared. Right? He rephrased it. But I think Chris was thinking the same exact thing that I was thinking when I heard that. It's damn. You said the same thing Candace said. You said it just like Candace. Like, like it was rehearsed. Like all of you guys are on the same page with the same damn words. Ain't that a coincidence? Right? I thought that was really, suspicious there. That he said it like it, like in a rehearsal. And I think Chris caught on to it too. Because he immediately, like, what? Wanted to even repeat it. So he knew he heard it right. But Don didn't. And to be honest with you, I think Don was smart enough to catch on to it at that second as well. Is why he rephrased it. That's just my opinion. But that's what what I wanted to bring to light. Also. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I want to ask you guys to please send those prayers up for this beautiful little girl. I've got to go and ask my kid's uncle. He's not snoring in my room tonight, but if he's banging his music. So I'm gonna have to, this yeah, I don't know what's up with him lately. But anyhow, he's becoming a noise box, right? A noise box, one way or another. He's becoming a noise box. It's kind of amusing, to be honest. Makes me laugh, but something different. But my kids got to sleep too. But anyway, you guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna say good night. Please keep those prayers going up for Summer, for all of these missing kids. Sebastian, Michael, Jack and Lily, Emmanuel, and the list goes on, right? Keep your prayers going up and pray that no more children end up like this, right? No more. I know I asked you to pray that no more end up like this, and then some do. But you know what? If we keep praying, God might start answering, and there won't be no kids done like this. But you gotta pray, right? You gotta pray hard for it. So keep them prayers going up, you guys. Keep them going up for one another. And if you don't mind, say a few prayers for PG and my family as well. I don't ask, unless we need them. I don't ask. But I could use some prayers as well. Good night, everybody. God bless and much love.